books, and you should be picking up books this season because the right book with the right skills probably going to be absolutely insane, to be perfectly honest. And in general, you're going to want to roll those books. You're going to want to re-roll those daggers for plus the skills, especially as you're leveling up. And if you can manage to get yourself like a 3-3, or maybe even a 3-3-2 or a 3-3-3 with the right skills on it, they can actually be worth multiple burr runes. And then if you make Splendor in the book to get the extra plus the skill, you're going to be able to bring those books from 3-3-3 to 4-4-4. Which is pretty darn good. Hopefully you guys will use this recipe as you're leveling up, because not only does this benefit you, but it also benefits everyone else. Because the more books that are re-rolled, the more chances that the book that I want is going to exist out there, or the book that you want is going to exist out there. Because if everybody is constantly re-rolling the crude books and re-rolling the crude daggers for the optimal plus the skills that people are looking for, then we will be more likely to hit those magic +3 demon mastery +3 blood oath +3 goat man like book that is going to be absolutely perfect for a summoner, or like that amazing like +3 miasma bolt with like +3 death sigil or whatever. There's definitely going to be a lot of interesting combinations that you can get for skills, and this is just an easy way that you can potentially re-roll books as you find them. So whenever you find crudes, whenever you find damage, whenever you find the brokens, whenever you find the daggers too as you're leveling up, you can easily re-roll those. And all it really costs you is an L rune, an Eld rune, and a chippy gem. I mean, it's dirt cheap for what it offers you, and potentially even life-changing. Like, you're basically rolling the lottery at that point, because a season could be made or broken by something like this. Like, you could roll the absolute perfect summoner book, put a Splendor in it, and sell it for freaking like 10-20 jaw runes if it has like all the right skills in all the right places, as the country song says. I got skills in all the places, and I know you want to see the traces of my magic there. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. Hopefully this little trick, if you did not know about it, will help you out. And if you did know about it, be sure to put down in the comments that you already knew this trick. I want to know how many of you guys already knew this trick and how many of you didn't. And as always, keep watching.
All right, friends, it's C-Man. We're back. goes up, bro. This shit cannot be real, man. You can't make this shit up, bro. Like, this is just ridiculous shit, okay? People are making this shit up. Where thermic effect goes up, eating protein, right? Eating animals. The reason why you're losing weight eating protein, the reason why you're losing weight eating protein, right? Eating animals is because you're a carnivore animal, get it? And your cells, according to science, are only interested in what? Nutrients. So your body sees it as what? We're not starving. So if you're getting enough of it, sufficient amount of nutrients, guess what? You're in a feast, not a famine. So if you're not in a famine, your body's going to drop the weight like a fish, get it, dude? But if you start starving yourself, your body will say, hey, we're going through a famine. We need to start building up fat. Now, if we imaginary food, you'll get fat. Because you're in a famine, okay? You're constantly starving. You're not getting the required nutrients that are necessary. So you keep eating more of the peasant slave food diet because you think, oh, I'm hungry. So you keep being hungry, you keep eating more, you just get fat, bro, get it? And then you get a pumpkin head. You get a pumpkin body and a pumpkin head, you look like a domesticated animal. And guess what? Women, they can't distinguish. They look at you. Here's the thing. When you look at men that are well-built, like families, they eat well, they came from good families, they have good food and everything, they look very good. Their bone structure looks very good. You can literally see their bones.
Right? I understand narcissists are easily provoked and enjoy conflict. Yeah. And I don't, man. I don't need it. I don't need it anymore. I just want peace. Peace, serenity, and gains. Let's get fit. Let's get strong. It's just peace, man. And my place of zen.
The reason why you're losing weight eating protein, right? Eating animals is because you're a carnivore animal, get it? And your cells, according to science, are only interested in what? Nutrients. So your body sees it as what? We're not starving. So if you're getting enough of it, sufficient amount of nutrients, guess what? You're in a feast, not a famine. So if you're not in a famine, your body is going to drop the weight like a bitch. Get it, dude? But if you start starving yourself, your body will say, hey, we're going through a famine. We need to start building up fat. Now, if you eat imaginary food, you'll get fat. Why? Because you're in a famine, bro. Get it? You're constantly starving. You're not getting the required nutrients that are necessary. So you keep eating more of the peasant slave food diet because you think, oh, I'm hungry. So you keep being hungry, you keep eating more, you just get fat, bro, get it? And then you get a pumpkin head. You get a pumpkin body and a pumpkin head, you look like a domesticated animal. And guess what? Women, they can't distinguish. They look at you. Here's the thing. When you look at men that are created by the imaginary food. That's why people love eating carbs and they say, look, I got pumped. Get pumped because it's imaginary, bro. Get it?
Something like this. It makes it effortless.
What a waste of time. You went to the gym, you ate imaginary food. The reason why you're losing weight eating protein, right, eating animals, is because you're a carnivore animal, get it? And your cells, according to science, are only interested in what? Nutrients. So your body sees it as what? We're not starving. So if you're getting enough of it, sufficient amount of nutrients, guess what? You're in a feast, not a famine. So if you're not in a famine, your body is going to drop the weight like a bitch. Get it, dude? But if you start starving yourself, your body will say, hey, we're going through a famine. We need to start building up fat. Now, if you eat imaginary food, you'll get fat. Why? Because you're in a famine, bro. Get it? You're constantly starving. You're not getting the required nutrients that are necessary. So you keep eating more of the peasant slave food diet because you think, oh, I'm hungry. So you keep being hungry, you keep eating more, you just get fat, bro. Get it? And then you get a pumpkin head. You get a pumpkin body and a pumpkin head, you look like a domesticated animal. And guess what? Women, they can't distinguish. They look at you. Here's the thing. When you look at men that are well built, like from rich families, they ate well, they came from good families, they fed them good food and everything, they look very good. Their bone structure looks very good. You can literally see their bones. Get it? You can see they have low body fat, good bone structure, they're slim, they look good. But you get people that are domesticated, they're plumpy, fat, soft, weak, they look weak. They look bad. They just look weak, bad, terrible, plumpy, pumpkin head, pumpkin hair, pumpkin body, whatever, bro. Get it? You think women are attracted to domesticated animals? No. Domesticated humans are crazy, man. Blaha is the most unattractive person that I know on the internet. So how could he influence anybody? Influence them to be what? Unattractive? What the fuck, bro? Are you people crazy or something or what? This guy is insane. Absolutely insane. And the people that watch him are even more insane than him. Get it, bro? Me, I just make reaction videos to point that out so I can wake up people.
So protein, your calories out goes up.
Like, look at this, man. The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Was he not pretty to you, the Hunchback? Remember that guy? They burned him down, bro, because he was so disgusting. They just wanted to destroy him completely. Look at this guy. He looks like Fester. You know, Finster? Fester from, what's that thing? That show on TV with, what was it? The Frankenstein guy and all of them. Looks like him, man. Jesus.
Make the fat goes
Fester,
up. There's
is that
a
you,
certain amount of
Fester?
energy utilized with the calories
I bet you for Halloween he goes out like Fester. He doesn't need to change his face or his head. It's perfect. He just has to put on that rope.
to even break down and assimilate the protein. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're not cheating calories.
Just assimilate that protein. What are we protein assimilating, man? It's all nutrients and stuff. Jesus, it breaks down to amino acids, bro. Peptides and amino acids. So why do you need to take peptides? I'll tell you why. Everybody out there has to take peptides. I took the Wolverine stock. I took this. I took that. Want to know why? Because those peptides are mimicking what raw meat would be, like you eating raw meat. But because everybody out there is such a pussy and they won't eat raw meat, they have to inject peptides in their body, bro. Get it? Listen to me. GHKCU is not a bad peptide. Maybe it could help people that don't want to eat raw meat, wear off cancer and a bunch of stuff. But here's the thing. Just eat fucking raw liver, bro. Get it? It's the same thing. It's a copper peptide. It has those exact same amino acids and copper. It binds to them. So you don't have to inject, bro. You just fucking drink fucking liver every day. And you'll look amazing. That's why, especially young people, your body is much more active when it's younger, so it happens quicker. Yeah.
And calories out. It's that people have this stupid, ridiculous idea to where they think their calories out is a constant. They're like,
Stupid, ridiculous thing. Yeah, look at him. This looks stupid and ridiculous. What are you doing here? Throwing a weight up in the air, bro. Get it?
I burn 2,800 calories a day. No, you don't.
Yeah, okay.
That is dependent upon...
Calories don't exist. There's no such thing, man. He's just making this shit up.
of what you eat also on the thermic effect, energy out, the NEAT, all this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
It's not a fixed number that if you do exactly 30 minutes of cardio every day at a given body weight that you burn X amount of calories. No, there's all these other dynamics that affect the calories out. And high protein jacks up your calories out.
High protein jacks your calories out. That made absolutely zero sense. Okay.
Very, very hard to overeat.
It's very, very hard to overeat. Yeah, when it comes to animal products, because it's high nutrients, your body gets, at some point it gets filled up and it says that's enough.
You get sick of food, like you get to a point, like when you start talking about the sort of protein intakes I just discussed.
Yeah.
Where you don't want to eat anymore. You're like,
but how would Blaha know that? He's never done carnivore diet. He's against all that shit, remember?
I do not want to see another piece of chicken breast. I'm even sick of lean steak. I'm sick.
Really? You're sick of chicken breast? You're sick? You don't even want to lean it. He's making this stuff up because he's heard other people say that in videos, and myself, I talk about that all the time.
Of fish, if you happen to do fish. I don't do fish. You're sick of protein shakes.
It's not that you get sick. If you sit down and eat for 3 hours, at some point, your body sends a message, and it just says you won't be able to swallow another piece. That's all.
Boring.
You don't get sick of it, and you're not bored of it.
Plain Greek yogurt with cinnamon on it.
Greek yogurt with cinnamon on it. What an idiot.
Okay, you're going to get sick of eating, and you're going to look at your protein and go, I don't want to eat anything.
You're not going to get sick of eating. That's a lie. That's why they tell you, a lot of people, here's the thing, they tell people to spread out eating animal products throughout the day. You can do that. You can spread it out if you want. You can eat one massive meal or spread it out. Your body will still be digesting. So either way, it's the same stuff.
And you're going to go to bed not hungry because your body is nauseated. This is actually what happens when you protein overeat.
Your body's not nauseated. He's making the shit up, bro. He's an idiot.
Okay, it makes the portion control insanely easy. You combine that with some...
Yeah, the portion control, like your lifting you're controlling that too, portion control too, yeah?
Fasting, you combine that with a high step count. So I'm going to say the step count's a big one. You try to eat 4 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight and get a step count of 10,000 steps in every day.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. If you do that, fat loss becomes effortless. In order to
Man, let me tell you something. You wouldn't have gotten fat if you didn't eat the peasant slave food diet. So if you ate your natural food, which you're supposed to eat, so that's already out. But let's say you ate peasant slave food, you got fat eating imaginary food. Once you start eating real food, you become normal. You go back to something called homostasis, because you're out of homostasis. Why? Because you're starving, because you're eating peasant slave food, you're starving. Get it? And that makes you fat. That food makes you fat.
This up at this point, you have to really screw up. You have to be trying to force feed some pizza or cheesecake or something to screw it up.
Pizza or cheesecake. Again, imaginary food. That's what Blaha imagines. He imagines that pizza and cheesecake is real food.
Like you have to go out of your way to ruin it at this point, and that's the point.
You think cheesecake and pizza builds muscles? Look, dudes, listen to me. Do you believe, I gotta use the word believe, do you believe eating pizza and cheesecake builds muscles? Huh? What do you think? Oh, it will build muscle, alright, but it won't be the kind that you're thinking. It'll blow it up with carbohydrates, get it? Let me give you imaginary muscles. Listen, the food itself is imaginary, and the muscles will be imaginary, created by the imaginary food. That's why people love eating carbs, and they say, look, I got pumped. Get pumped because it's imaginary, bro. Get it?
Something like this. It makes it effortless.
What a waste of time. You went to the gym, you ate imaginary food, and you pumped it up with carbohydrates and shit, with garbage fucking cheesecake and pizza, bro. And then you go and show your friends, look, man, I built a muscle. You pose and everything. I got pumped, man. Let's measure our arms.
Because one, calorie out's going to go way up. And particularly the walking,
Yeah.
plus in the neat and thorough effect of all the
Sure, sure. Listen, there's so many people in the gym. They go downstairs. I see them. There's this little gym like up here, and they go there. They work out, and they go downstairs. It's a pizza pasta joint, and they eat lots of fucking pasta, pizza there, Coca-Cola, French fries, and everything. It's all like imaginary food, and then they're finished eating, and they go, "Wow, I'm so pumped." Yeah, you just pumped up your muscles with carbohydrates, get it? You didn't outpace protein breakdown. What you outpaced was carbohydrate breakdown, bro. You're like an athlete absorbing it like a runner.
protein. Calorie out is going to go through the roof.
Yeah, sure it is. Calories, yeah, go through the roof, yeah.
The satiety of the protein,
Sure.
and just feeling nauseated almost from it. Your calories.
Feeling nauseated for protein, that's the idea of it. This is just bullshit. He's making this stuff up. There's no such thing.
In.
You don't get nauseated eating fucking real food. You get nauseated and vomit from eating imaginary food. Nobody has ever vomited eating meat products, animal products. When they vomit, it's usually beans, rice, and fucking vegetables and cheesecakes and pizza and shit, pasta. That's what they vomit. Because it's disgusting.
It's going to go down, but all the protein is
Garbage.
going to be muscle sparing.
Your brain, here's the thing, the crazy brain is telling you, yeah, pizza, this, that, cheesecake, but guess what your body's saying? Rejecting it, going, no, stop poisoning me, you asshole.
So it's going to be easier to build and retain muscle while doing it. You can literally recomponent a person.
Sure you can.
Using body fat.
Sure you can.
Okay? This is a cheat code. This makes fat loss.
Yeah, this is a cheat code, this makes fat loss go, yeah. Yeah.
Effortless.
It makes it effortless.
It makes it effortless.
Well, guess what? I got news for you. If you stop eating the peasant slave food, it's effortless. Get it? The weight loss comes off anyway.
And that's the point. All right, guys, because really all I have to say on that today.
Doctor, every time I eat peasant slave food, I get fat. Well, what do? Stop eating it. Solution. Get it, man.
Informative, and I'll talk to you guys and gals next time.
Yes, very informative, Blaha. See you in the next one, friends. Man, this guy thinks he discovered the cheat code, the cheat codes, the keys, the cheat codes. All these people have discovered the cheat codes to building muscle, to weight loss, and everything. This is all bullshit, man. Whatever. Brain is telling you, yeah, pizza, this, that, cheesecake, but guess what your body's saying? The reason The reason why you're losing weight eating protein, right? Eating animals is because you're a carnivore animal, get it? And your cells, according to science, are only interested in what? Nutrients. So your body sees it as what? We're not starving. So if you're getting enough of it, sufficient amount
Yes, I prefer an AR. I keep one here. I keep one by my bed, actually. You get up from your chair, walk away, you look pretty massive, right? Well, we're pretty good size. Could you rip some cannibal corpse or peeling flesh on the Les Paul? Yeah, dude. 9mm minimum. That is your minimum effective EDC. Let's see, we coach to that. What does coach be looking like? Let's check the legs today. How are we doing on the legs? What do you guys think? Let's rate the quads. Thoughts on carry handle style, iron size. Sound about like on the old, dude, I prefer. He was below my skill level based upon what we saw. I'm a better marksman than he was. But it was enough. He probably learned at a local range. And that's exactly what I did. I caught him. I made eye contact, looked at him dead in the eyes to let him know I was watching him. So if he had any thoughts of, hey, he's driving around in a white van, that woman in that parking lot, those two kids struggling with him, trying to get everything loaded in their car. I'm already in my seatbelt and everything at this point, but it's that case of I wasn't going to leave that parking lot. It was just, I just didn't get the right feeling, right vibe from the dude until I saw her finish. Like she was almost done, trying to get the struggle with those kids in. She got it done. And I'm not saying he would have, but let's talk about situational awareness. These are men on this train. There's stuff like a woman there. You're not paying attention. There's no men on there who were paying attention. He's out of his depth talking to Coach about self-defensive measures and Coach Vic. Right. He may have missed the fact that I made a ballistics video that made $3,000 in ad revenue on my Pew Pew channel when it was monetized, where I did a 30-minute summary of the 32-page FBI ballistics report, and it got thousands of positive comments. Probably, I'm not exactly a complete layman on this topic. Yeah, if it's a Remington 700 in short action, it absolutely can't do 30-06. 30-06 requires a long action, and I'm very familiar with Remington 700. Yeah, if it's short action, that's 308 and other size cartridges. Once 30-06 requires a long action to clear. There's areas where I've had it pointed out that I would actually be considered a legitimate expert. So like topics of, which I don't really discuss here, topics of ballistics and hand loading. There's a reason I made $3,000 off of that Pew Pew video where I discussed the FBI ballistic report. I had thousands of positive comments like, yep, this is really good, right? So when I did my review of the 32-page FBI handgun ballistics report they kicked out about 10, 11 years ago, which it was the reason the FBI and most law enforcement switched from 40 S&W to 9mm as a result of that ballistics testing and shooting demographics. So, but that was a whole 7-minute video maybe. I went into vast detail. Same thing with hand loading. I mean, you could talk all day about pressures, how pressure curve shifts when we go to compress loads, everything else. Richard and Lacey, it's good that you guys carry, just please don't use it in this. Hey, Ken Shira, why are you giving self-defense advice as someone who already said, I don't think people need to carry? No offense, but you're clearly not, this is not your wheelhouse, right? You're very much clearly the layman. I'm going to go on a limb and say you've never taken any defensive handgunning classes in your life. Kenshiro, I'm gonna take it you have no training at all in defensive handgunning, like no professional training. Yep. I know a lot of police police officers personally, like in my inner circle. And I can tell you, once, like, if there's a problem, if they're pissed at you, and they're going to look for anything to throw at you. So anything that they can do to do a resisting arrest, you being too rude, cussing at them or something, they're going to see if they can cite you for something. And they're more likely to be worse. They tend to, if you're super polite and respectful, it de-escalates them, even if they had a really negative start. It tends to de-escalate them as a general rule. You know? But yeah, definitely don't meet them with rudeness. It's never going to work out for you well.
Young wrestlers in the WWE gotta wait till they get older to get over. So they just sit and be patient. Some called them the game. Others called them the cerebral assassin. But over here we call them the head of cremation. He'll take the new young stars, bury them and break them. Well, we all knew this conversation was gonna happen, y'all, talking about how bad WWE is creating new stars. Dog, how long are we gonna depend on old timers? Oh, CM Punk's back. Kevin Owens is here. Randy Orton is returning. All for a reaction that's worth the price of, I don't know, a cap gun? A cheap pop! And it's nothing but slop. Man, why is this company so obsessed with prioritizing older wrestlers? This kind of reminded me of that time I worked at Walmart in the dairy department. Oh, why you say that, Bobby Monsoon? Well, it's facts. The Fed likes to pull the old product to the front and their new to the back. And as long as they keep doing this, the booking is gonna stay whack. Now, apparently Dominic Mysterio is not too happy with the way WWE has been booking him lately. According to a recent report, Dom is frustrated in his current creative direction and reportedly doesn't understand why the version of himself we see in AAA doesn't translate over to WWE TV. Honestly, I completely understand where he's coming from, man. Because when Dominic shows up on AAA, he feels like a star. He carries himself like a champion. The company presents him like somebody that's important. Then he comes to WWE, and look what just happened at SummerSlam. He lost to Danhausen in a Human Money's on a pole match at the second biggest event of the year. And to make matters worse, the match ended up becoming one of the lowest rated matches on Cage Match from the entire show, and I think the entire history of Cage Match. That's embarrassing. Just last year, Dominic was wrestling John Cena for the Intercontinental Championship. I said this like 1,000 times. WWE had him standing across the ring from one of the biggest names in wrestling history. Fast forward one year, we did all of that for him to lose to a comedy gimmick over fake money? How does this make any sense? And this isn't the first time Dominic hinted at his frustration. Earlier this year, he said that WWE had lightning in a bottle with him, but they didn't know what to do with it. He even pointed out that he recently beaten Cena, AJ Styles, Rey Mysterio, Damian Priest, and basically asking, what more do I have to do? So if this report is true, maybe his frustration has been building for a long time, because from the outside looking in, it feels like WWE has no clue on what to do with Dominic Mysterio right now. Paul Levesque was just at that stupid press conference telling everybody, if you want Mania opportunities, you gotta get crowd reactions or whatever crap he said. But look at Dominic, man. He has some of the loudest crowd reactions we ever heard. This dude was getting booed out the building. Instead of capitalizing on that momentum, creative completely cooled him off. Then Triple H turns around and blames the wrestlers like the fans forgot what happened just a year ago. Dominic isn't the only one either. Braun Breaker was built like a next breakout star. I said this 1,000 times too. Now after Monday Night Raw, it feels like they probably remember how talented Braun Breaker is. That stare down with Obafemi was exactly the type of direction people wanted to see. Hopefully they stick with it this time though. Speaking of Raw, you remember at the end where Rey Mysterio ran into Roman Reigns and he told him he gotta holler at him about something? Well, Rey announced that there's gonna be a tournament and the winner gets a shot at Roman Reigns for the World Heavyweight Championship. This is fire, man. Now, even though you're probably gonna guarantee to lose to Roman, I still think it's a great opportunity for somebody like a Dominic Mysterio, Ludwig Kaiser, El Grande Americano, Rey Fenix, or even Penta, another rising star to come up and really take advantage of that. Now, another guy that's getting completely overlooked is Carmelo Hayes. Once again, how many times have I brung this up, man? One of the brightest superstars on a roster is rotting away in catering! He recently tweeted, sooner or later, it's gonna turn in my favor. And honestly, Melo, I'ma keep it a band with you. I wouldn't hold my breath on that one, bro. You 32 years old. WWE obviously prioritizing veterans instead of building the next generation. Just look at the men's champions, y'all. Man, don't get me wrong. All of these wrestlers are talented, but look at this. The undisputed champion, CM Punk. 47 years old, Roman Reigns. 41 years old, Chad Gable. Oh, it's a dream ride. With the most horrible song in the Fed, 40 years old. Baron Corbin. 41 years old. Now you got the World Tag Team Champions, Braun Breaker, Austin Theory, 28, 29. Okay, that's not too bad at all. But then you got the other Tag Team Champions who are 43 and 54. This is crazy. Now, a picture has been making his rounds on X that, man, it puts Carmelo Hayes' situation in perspective. The last premium live event he competed in was the Royal Rumble, and if I'm not mistaken, he was the first person eliminated in that matchup. If he's not, let me know in the comments, man. But we're almost a year and a half removed from this event. Carmelo Hayes hasn't been booked for another PLE since. This is unacceptable. Oh, this situation makes me want to snap. But on second thought, I gotta look at the glass half full, man. At least Melo gets to live up to his slogan, Melo don't miss. Now, I know what you're thinking. He done missed all them PLEs, but this guy got perfect attendance in catering. Melo don't miss the muffins. Melo don't miss the mac and cheese. Melo don't miss the fried chicken. And whatever crap they selling back there, man. It's about to be football season, right? Triple H is booking like he dug a grave and filled it with Dallas Cowboy helmets. It's scary. I mean, look all the stars this guy done buried. I want to thank everybody that's copping the merch, that's liking, commenting, subscribing, hyping, everybody in my lives multiple times in the week, all the people in the chat. I want to to thank everybody, man. Y'all really helped the channel grow. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. BobbyMonsoon.com. But why you say that shirt now? Back to the content! Dynamite started off with... It don't matter what Dynamite started off with. The Triple B's back! Man, y'all know I was happy to see my man MJF come through Grand Slam, dominate the match after Andrade El Idolo won his triple threat. We talk about that, but we gotta knock the most important part out the way. I said this on my live, y'all. I got a few calls from a few lads in London. It's not confirmed yet, so if y'all find this to not be true, don't shoot the messenger. But I heard All In might actually hit the 80,000! Cause MJF finally is back. Oh my God, this is crazy, man. Y'all know it's a little bit different with MJF in the building. The promo he cut it from his gut with vitriol, man. Well, let me move back a little bit. I'm getting too ahead of myself, right? So you had a triple threat match. You had Commander, you had Tommaso Ciampa actually paying homage to Mr. MJF with the American flag on his back. He had the American flag trunks in Mexico. It was fire, man. But you had Andrade come out. He came out with the Bad Bunnies in Mexico, man. They was loving him. This crowd went crazy for Andrade. And I'm telling you, dog, this is a star, bro. Andrade, everything he's touching turning into gold, y'all. Andrade, if he get in the pool, he could be fully clothed. I think that man could walk on water right now. Andrade can't do no wrong. We all gave up on Andrade when the Fed buried him, then tried to bury him more in a 10-year TKO non-compete clause. Tony Khan got the best lawyers that money could buy. Got him out the contract. And now he got the how you know, he got the music, he got the selfie gimmick, he got the groupies, he got everything but that AEW World Championship. And it's gonna come soon. Right now, he's holding down the national title. Great triple threat match. Andrade was obviously winning. Now, Andrade will be in the gauntlet match. I think he's number 1 in the gauntlet match, right? And after the match, he's all celebrating. MJF come out, snuff Andrade. Get some color on him. Cut him up a little bit. Let him know, don't you ever put your dirty, dusty hands on the Triple B. Don't you ever put your dirty, dusty hands on the Dynamite Diamond Ring. Is you crazy or not? He beat the living crap out of Andrade in front of his family and friends. Grabbed the mic, cut a promo right in the middle of Mexico. He about to fade with fans and yo, this was fire! AEW needs a heel like MJF, man. He's cutting these promos. It's from the gut. He's disrespecting Mexico. Did you hear the crowd when he came out? Did you hear that energy that got his, come on, stop it. Him and Andrade will put on a classic now. Let me know in the comments because I'm jumping into the video, but I think I might be mistaken. Is MJF in the gauntlet match at All In, or is MJF facing Andrade at All In? Because I got to figure that out because there's two ways how I feel about this. And I don't think it was too clear. I was just so excited. I was popping bottles when MJF came out. Maybe I missed something. But bro, if Andrade's facing MJF because he cut a promo and he let people know, nah, the Triple B is the real championship. So shout out to Anthony King Katana because they was the first one that kind of put me on this. Basically, CM Punk did this, right? CM Punk did this back in the day. I wasn't watching AEW, but I guess he got hurt, broke his foot, whatever happened. Then he claimed that the X with the championship was the real championship. Now it seems like they're running the gimmick back. So now the Triple B's the real championship. And I'm thinking Andrade versus MJF is going to be at All In. But other people are telling me that MJF is going to be in a gauntlet match now. If Andrade versus MJF at All In, I go for it all day. Y'all know how much I love MJF, but if I got the pen, Andrade going over, the momentum is just there. The trajectory is just there. You cannot let your foot off the gas when booking Andrade. Not even a little bit, bro. I'll have MJF give Andrade the rub in London to have him keep climbing to the top to one day get the title. MJF, a loss isn't going to hurt him at All In, man. But now, If MJF is in the gauntlet match, I'm not gonna lie, chat. I know I'm not saying every single solitary thing is great in AEW and the sickles don't want to hear it. But if he's in a gauntlet match, I'm not feeling that like that, bro. We're talking about MJF. Bro, MJF has to give the rub to somebody. You cannot have a guy this level of talent in a gauntlet match at the biggest show. It doesn't make sense, especially after you done it last year. MJF is supposed to be facing Andrade one-on-one. I can't even think of anybody else. I don't even want to hear about no main event because I'm over it. I don't even want to see MJF anywhere close to the main event at this point, bro. I'm over it. Either have MJF versus Andrade, having him in a gauntlet match makes absolutely no sense. I don't care what nobody say. And I wish I would have knew that, because we would have been arguing in my live last night, but I'll catch a lot of y'all AEW dudes after Crackdown, because we're going to talk about that if that's the case. But I don't know. We'll see. Now, the first match that actually happened was the Death Riders going over the Bucks and Cage and Cope. This was just a fun match to start off Grand Slam. You actually had a little botch between Adam Copeland. I don't even call it a botch like that. I think Adam Copeland was having fun. Him and somebody else, I forgot who it was, but him and somebody else was trying to do the 619 to, was it John Moxley or somebody, man? And Adam Copeland actually fell. That was a kind of funny spot, man. But it was a little miscommunication between the Bucks and Adam Copeland, Christian Cage. I guess they're going to keep building on that feud at All In. To be honest, they don't have to do much to build on that feud. I still want some storyline. I still want some creative. Don't get lazy on me, but the story's already told, man. Young Bucks, one of the greatest tag teams, if not the greatest tag team right now. Cage and Cope, one of the greatest tag teams of all time. The story tells itself. Next, you got the Brawling Birds. Willow Nightingale going over Divine Dominion and Mercedes Moné. They're basically telling this story of, Moné's mad because Willow keeps getting over on her. It's just like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm still kind of tight about Tekla, y'all. I want to know what's up with Tekla. Now, I got some good news. Shout out my man Chris Collins. He let me know. I think Tekla's agent or manager is somebody that's very close connected with Kenny Omega and other stars in AEW. With that being said, if we could get Kairi Sane versus Tekla, and Kairi Sane could bring this whole Stardom storyline into what's Tekla doing, I think it'd be fire. The only thing, Tony, is we got 25 days, sir. We got 3 weeks, a little bit over, until All In. We don't got too much time to be, playing around. Let's get Kairi Sane out that 10-year non-compete clause contract TKO is giving out. Let's get her in All In. Let's put her in. Have something for Tekla. I don't want to see Tekla in a gauntlet match like MJF could possibly be. I could be getting that wrong. I want to see Tekla in a storyline she deserves at the biggest event of the year. It's 25 days. Let's get on the ball. Now they booked the match, the Brawling Birds versus Divine Dominion at All In. I think this would be fire, man. The Brawling Birds, they from UK if I'm not mistaken. Alex Winsler, Jamie Hayter, you know what I mean? And they might win, they might not. If I'm writing it, I'm having Divine Dominion win, because honestly, the Brawling Birds, they've been on a run, but it's been all squash matches. They're on Collision. I haven't seen these women wrestle more than like 3 minutes. I'm dead serious, bro. I don't think I've seen more than a 3-minute match. If I did, maybe one. But a lot of their matches been squash matches. Megan Bayne, Leonard Cross, they've been dominating this division, and let's be real, like, unless we're gonna split them up, let's just keep them together. Let's have them have a dominant reign, unless you're ready to put the rocket on Megan Bayne, which is long overdue if you ask me. So we'll see what happens from there. Next, you got one of the greatest performers on the face of this earth, Mr. Kyle Fletcher of the Don Callis family. Oh my God. Kyle Fletcher, Speedball, Mike Bailey, classic. Oh man, and I'm gonna tell you, we wasn't expecting nothing less. After they matched on C2, which was, people were saying that was the match of the year last year. I'm not sure about that. It's so hard to figure out match of the year in AEW. It's just like a bunch of them. But that was definitely a contender, and they lived up to it against Speedball. I put out a tweet. That was cute, Speedball. That was good. And I kind of downplayed it, but I'm gonna be real, man. Speedball put up a hell of a fight, bro. Had me scared, man. 2 or 3 times. My heart is beating out of my chest. We need that international title to be walking in with Kyle Fletcher at All In. I'm not accepting nothing less. Speedball was fire though, man. Fire, a lot of close calls, a lot of false finishes and all of that, man. But at the end of the day, once that brain buster, once your head hit that turnbuckle, it's lights out. Good night. Kyle Fletcher retains the title. Fire, man. But we got a problem in the Don Callis family. I've been on the phone. I've been on FaceTime with Okada. I don't know what's going on. He was supposed to hold up. He was in Gorilla waiting to come out. He was supposed to hold up, but he made Tony Khan cue his music, and he interrupted the celebration my OG and Kyle was having. I ain't like it. I'ma holla at Okada about that, man. But Okada, Kyle Fletcher staring at each other face to face, letting them know, hey, this could be a match in All In. Now, the match Okada had was a little bit random. I think it was a way to squeeze Mist to go on the card so they could sing the entrance. And Chris Jericho, I didn't know he was that over in Mexico, to be honest, man. But he fought the Don Callis family. Also, this was a match to just build All In. I'm pretty sure we're going to go Kevin Knight and Darby Allin. I don't know what Chris Jericho's going to do. I don't know what Mystico's going to do. I don't know where's Takeshita at. I guess he's at the tournament in New Japan Pro Wrestling. Gabe Kidd is over there. I heard he had a fire match I got to check out, man. But this was just kind of a fun match, man. Darby Allin and Kevin Knight, they're going to cook it all in. Hey, Tony, can we get a stipulation for Kevin Knight and Darby Allin? You know, Darby Allin don't mind no stipulation. He don't mind going through no fire tables. We need to spice All In up a little bit. I know the card is far from done. You know, Tony Khan, he's going to put 20 matches on the card. I'm not complaining. I know the card is far from done, but we need to get some hardcore matches in there. I want to see Darby Allin, Kevin Knight, and some type of crazy match. I don't know, man. Next, you got Persephone, the queen of CMLL, going over a Chris Statlander, Stat Daddy, man. This was hard too, man. You had Sheeta come out there with the kendo stick, try to interfere in the match. I feel like somebody else interfered too. I can't really remember, but Persephone wins. Persephone's a great talent, man, and I'm really wondering what's gonna happen with Statlander though. Put him in the let me know what's in the comments. Somebody in my live yesterday, they came up with a great idea of Statlander and Bailey, but Bailey's still in contract with the Fed. Then she has to wait 90 days, probably even more, and by that time, it could be like 4 to 5 months before Bailey gets into AEW. We need Statlander in some type of storyline that means something, man. It seems like she's just been kind of floating and being in nothing significant at all since losing the title. So after that, you got the new Trios Tag Team Champions, y'all. Brodito, Hangman Adam Page. I was surprised, dog. There was a lot of people that saying they did not like this decision, man. They wanted to demand a return. They wanted to demand a retain. They felt like GOA and Ricochet had a lot more ground to cover with those trio tag team championships. Now, y'all know I love the man. I love Ricochet, man. One of my favorite wrestlers, bro. But I feel like Tony Khan got something cooking up for Ricochet as far as singles competition. As far as GOA, we can still do the demand thing, but you know the tag team scene is about to be looking crazy. You got the Motor City Machine Guns. You got the New Day coming over there. You got Cage and Cope still. You got the Young Bucks. You also got Willa Yuta, Daniel Garcia. You got a lot of tag teams, and I'm missing a lot, bro. You got a lot of tag teams, the Rascals. You got a lot of tag teams that's formidable opponents, man. So I'm not mad if GOA starts going into the tag team realm a little bit while Ricochet gets in some storyline. Maybe he want that Continental. Maybe he want that International. All In coming up. Ooh, we gotta have my man in there, man. I'm gonna just be patient and see. Because normally I would be mad at this decision, because we gotta put some respect on the trio titles. But since I've been watching AEW, the trio titles been like random stuff always happened with them, man. You got the joint, what random that happened? Hangman and Jet Speed winning them and just stupid stuff like that. But I ain't gonna lie, I just came to accept it with the trio tag title, so I'm not really tripping like that. I don't really think it's a factor, to be honest. Last match, you got Ospreay digging in that bag. Digging in that bag old John Moxley taught him about. Dunkzilla. I'm calling it right now. 24 months, Dunkzilla will be world champion. I'm calling it right now. 24 months from now, I know it seems like a long time, but it takes time to build stars. The line is long in AEW as far as to the talent pool. 24 months! Dunkzilla will have an AEW World Heavyweight Championship around his waist. Fire, bro. It's something about Dunkzilla that's just so believable, man. He could sell. He could work. He's big. He's athletic, bro. He got the music. Yo, oh my God, dog. I'm becoming a fan more and more and more of this guy. I was front row. I seen him work, bro. I think I was there when, didn't Ospreay and Dunkzilla fight at the end of Dynamite in Philly? I gotta check my pictures, but if I'm not mistaken, I think I was there then. If it's not him, he fought somebody, bro. But I seen Dunkzilla work, like, in person, bro. Bro's a beast, man. Will Ospreay, he's getting in that different bag, man. He took the barbed wire around he wrapped it around Dunkzilla. Bro, hit him with the hidden blade. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, solidified the job. Ospreay, he wasn't holding back too, man. He grabbed Dunkzilla's sack, and I mean that was kind of crazy to be honest, Ospreay. But you got to do what you got to do to win. You got to do what you got to do to win. They had another crazy spot. They was on top of the steps. Dunkzilla hit him with the board. Boom! Will Ospreay wound up rolling down the steps like a sack of sand, dog. This is crazy, man. They had a fire match, man. We had barbed wire, steel chairs. God, I forgot whatever else they had. Oh, forks. He grabbed a fork, trying to bust them open. Great job from Dunkzilla. Great job from Ospreay. This the Ospreay I want to see. The Kenny Omega, the cleaner, the one that slapping Ospreay up, hit him with the one-winged angel at the end of Don. That's the Kenny Omega I want to see. As long as we got some vitriol, as long as we're acting like the most prestigious prize in AEW's on the line, come all in, I'm not complaining. When we're acting like doing the brother, Goku, Vegeta, best friends forever, I'm sick of it. I'm happy with the direction we're going in All In. Would I would have changed the direction? Absolutely. But I'm not trying to sweep the milk back up in the carton. We're here, bro. And I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Grand Slam was worth every bit of $50. He could have charged us for the $50 for that, and I don't think too many people would be complaining. You know what I mean? That's just me, though. Grand Slam is what Redemption should have been. Shout out to whoever said that. Y'all know who said it. My bad. My memory's not the best. But let me know in the comments what you think about that. Let's go. This is the energy I want. I don't remember the last time I had a week where I got a fire raw and a...
Jason Schreier's Lion career is over. And the only sad part about that is the fact that he had one to begin with. I will remind everyone that this is the guy who was there at the beginning of Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn supporting and amplifying their message and ideologies. He is 100% responsible to a very huge degree to the current situation that is in the games industry. He has been working to subvert and destroy the things we love literally for decades at this point. So, the fact that his career is now taking an absolute pounding, I call that karma.
Hello, it's One Take Schreier, and the outrage merchants are at it.
Merchants! He said it! Holy!
Again, today's claim is that the allegations of sexual harassment at Blizzard are false, and that somehow I made them all up. If you're lucky enough to not be familiar with this world, there are a number of culture warriors out there who tweet all day about various agreements, whether or not they are true, in an attempt to elicit intense emotional reactions from their viewers.
That's right. Don't believe what your eyes are showing. Believe what I tell you. That is better.
These people aren't reporters. They don't actually talk to anyone involved or ask questions.
Oh, they're not You're not a reporter. Oh my God.
They just kind of tweet and post videos, but they do have reach and sometimes bring in large audiences. This is part of a whole ecosystem that just rewards and leads to people getting paid for spreading misinformation on the internet. And normally I just kind of ignore this part of the internet, like in the same way that you would ignore someone in Times Square screaming that
You know, I'm gonna give a hot take before we go into this, because yesterday I talked about this. This is gonna be a good one, so please finish, wait 1 minute until I finish, okay? The allegations at Blizzard, all are probably true. But two things can be right at the same time. California can be a state that literally doesn't care about people, they want to just push their agenda, and Blizzard can be a shitty company at the same time. I mean, logically speaking, every big company is gonna fight and sue everyone involved if accusations like this get levied against them. We have never seen a big company not do this unless they were not 100% guilty. And Blizzard chose to just stay silent and pretend nothing's happening and then settle and pay a fine. They did not want this heat. And the reality is, a lot of people are asking currently, well, if they did all of this, then why isn't anyone in jail? Because none of these things get you in jail. They're literally money fines. None of these, the cubic crawls, even the self-deletion that is reported by the police and is 100% real. You can find it. You can find the certificates and whatnot for it. None of that can be proven that that's actually Blizzard responsible for it. Sure, they're gonna get fines for being a bad company, but at the end of the day, no one's going to jail, and this is all about money. The reason that Jason Schreier is getting so much heat for this is not because he levied these allegations against Blizzard, it's because he made it sound like everyone at Blizzard is gonna go to jail. He made this whole thing absolutely massive, even though it's honestly not as bad as he made it out to be. This is why people are mad. Blizzard did do all of these things. I mean, do you honestly think nothing wrong happened in a company that's self-admitted to have a rock star culture? Let's be real. But he wanted to be the hero, and now he's getting something in return.
The world is coming to an end because of gays in the military. But actually, today I did want to address it because I think this is a good opportunity to talk about a very serious, very important issue and try to explain it in a way that captures the nuances and complexities of it all. And unlike those
nuance and complexities, which means he is not going to show any proof. Which, by the way, I kind of expect him to not show, because he's going to get sued if he shares any names or whatnot.
Squealing cretins. I actually spend most of my time as a reporter on the phone. Well, I spend all day on the phone with people who are involved in these stories, asking them questions, trying to corroborate their accounts with other people so I can piece together what actually happened. And so today's video that I'm going to talk about is based on two main sources. One is an article that I published in Bloomberg in August 2021 that I'll link in the show notes. And the other is my book, Play Nice, about the history of Blizzard, published in October of 2024. Fun fact, the same outrage merchants who are now claiming that I destroyed Blizzard by making up sexual harassment claims.
Also, by the way, he didn't destroy Blizzard. A lot of people are also angry at him because they kind of blame him for being responsible to what happened with Blizzard and how everything's turning out. He's not responsible. Blizzard was long dead before Schreier said a single word about it. Bobby was the only thing that kept Blizzard together, and Bobby was gone anyway.
I've actually spent the last 5 years or so claiming that I kept quiet about sexual harassment claims, just to kind of give you a look at the type of intellect that we're dealing with here. But let's zoom out, because I do think this is...
Wait, isn't that completely true? Didn't he himself actually say that he knew about this stuff when it first got released to the public for years? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard that he actually said that he knew about this for years and chose to do nothing. I could be wrong on this, but I think that was a part of it.
Really worth talking about. So in 2021, July of 2021, the California government sued Activision Blizzard for sexual harassment and misconduct. It was a big, explosive lawsuit. A lot of the claims, most of the claims really focused on Blizzard, the maker of Warcraft and Overwatch and Diablo and StarCraft. This lawsuit included a lot of salacious details, some of which I subsequently reported were false, but we'll get to that. And it led to these massive effects for Blizzard and Activision as a whole. It led to protests and walkouts, eventually the sale of Activision Blizzard to Microsoft. One thing, by the way, I won't be talking about is the allegation in the lawsuit that a woman committed suicide as a result of harassment against her, because it is very complicated, very tricky. It involves Activision, not Blizzard. It was a woman within Activision, not within Blizzard Entertainment. And there's been a lot of kind of details surrounding that story that are very hazy and hard to prove. It's very difficult to prove why someone killed themselves or to be able to say that definitively. Her parents, the parents of the woman who killed herself, actually filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Activision Blizzard. And
yeah, needless to say, that's not going anywhere. Again, you can claim it was a plot, but you can never prove that someone was actually responsible. But the details around this case are pretty bad.
And took it back, withdrew it. It's really messy. It's not something I'm going to get into because I don't have all of the facts surrounding it, because in that case, I wasn't able to talk to the victim involved because unfortunately she has passed away. She has died by suicide. I'm going to focus on the stuff that I can prove and corroborate and the people that I've actually talked to. So, okay. 2 years after this lawsuit started, by the Activision Blizzard had become part of Microsoft, in December of 2023, California and Activision settled for $54 million. This was after the Microsoft deal had closed, so no longer run by the same people, different kind of entity, and that settlement was likely a whole part of that. And many of the women who worked for Activision Blizzard at various and during time periods that were kind of included in the lawsuit got checks as a result of that. Sometimes significant checks in the 5 figures. And the language of the settlement, including the following, I'm going to read this entire thing. Quote, no court or any independent investigation has substantiated any allegations that there has been systemic or widespread sexual harassment at Activision Blizzard, that Activision Blizzard senior executives ignored, condoned, or tolerated a culture of systemic harassment, retaliation, or discrimination, or that Activision Blizzard's board of directors, including its chief executive officer, Robert Kotick, acted improperly with regard to the handling of any instances of workplace misconduct. So that language is at the core of this week's outrage merchant argument that the whole thing was bullshit. This happened 3 years ago, but I guess the culture warriors only discovered it now, which again shows you the kind of intellect we're dealing with here. But look, I'm not going to talk about them anymore. I'm going to talk about
I love how he constantly tries to belittle and attack everyone who is against them. If you're against me, you're an idiot. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to end very well for you. Oh, people who did not follow something like this every day only are mad now? What? That is just slimy, honestly.
The truth of what actually happened at Blizzard, because despite the language in this settlement, there were a lot of women who spoke out about their experiences, and I can share some of their stories. So first of all, by the way, there were actually 2 lawsuits.
Wait, is he going to actually share a story? I absolutely do not believe that he's going to say anything.
A state lawsuit and a federal lawsuit, and this settlement was only for one of them, the state one. The federal lawsuit was settled for $18 million and did not have the same language, did not say anything like that, like the California did. There's actually one of the reasons this is so also messy is that the state investigators and federal investigators got into political squabbles, and there's a whole lot of details involving Gavin Newsom and accusations about him interfering in this that I'm not going to get into here, but
he probably did. Let's be real, he probably did.
If you're interested in the legal drama, there's a little bit more there that you can find online here and there, and parts of that have still not been quite told. That story still isn't 100% clear of how all that went down, but I think that might help explain why there's still a couple of questions surrounding the lawsuits of it all. But let's put that aside. Let's look at all that.
Okay, 1/4 of the video is gone, as you can see, and he has not given a single bit of evidence that anything he said was actually true. But he has said a lot of sentences that belittle the people watching this and call us idiots and dumb and whatnot. I wondered, is this some kind of magical tactic, maybe? Interesting.
Actual facts. And I think one thing that's really important here, if you've watched my other videos, you know this, but oftentimes when you try to reduce a story to a binary of like, is it true? Is it not true? Especially a story that's as complicated as allegations of widespread harassment and a culture of...
Actually, you can distill everything down to yes or no. That's how lawsuits are settled. Okay, this is why we have that. This is why we have lawsuits in the first place, because we can almost distill literally anything down to a yes or no, judging on the facts.
Of misconduct and sexual discrimination that really does a disservice to a reality. Reality is more nuanced and more complicated than that, because actually two things in this case are simultaneously true. One is that the California lawsuit was misleading and full of inaccuracies. You can write anything in a lawsuit here in the United States, and that one had a lot of things wrong. The other thing that's true is that many of the women who have worked for Blizzard over the last few decades have felt mistreated by the company. And I think that it's important to note that
Now, granted, I do not believe anyone who says I feel mistreated. No, don't give me that BS. Don't do that. That's called emotional manipulation. I don't want that. I'm not going to believe a single word you say if you do that.
harassment is one thing. I think any company that reaches a certain size that gets into the thousands or tens of thousands is going to have incidents of harassment. It's really how the company chooses to deal with that harassment and the harassers themselves that creates a culture. So back in 2021, California lawsuit dropped. I did what any reporter would do. I started making phone calls. Before this, I'd heard a few details, a few anecdotes here and there, but not enough to actually be able to publish a substantial story, which one day down the road, I'll do a video about how I make stories and what you kind of need, the threshold of proof that you need to actually...
Yes, we care so much, Jason. I cannot wait to know how you make up the shit you make.
To be able to do a story, but it wasn't enough at that point. So now the floodgates were open. People were open to sharing their experiences. People were going on social media talking about their experiences. At the time for this Bloomberg story that I published, I spoke to about 50 current and former employees. And the reality, of course, was nuanced. I mean, for starters, Blizzard was a massive organization with thousands of employees and dozens of divisions, and your experiences there would be drastically different depending on where you worked and who you worked with. The Overwatch team had a different culture than the Diablo team, and nothing was quite like the battle.
Well, yeah, we know how Overwatch is. Oh my god, Overwatch is disgusting.
Net team. I'll get to that. And of course, Blizzard in the 1990s was very different than Blizzard in modern times. If you want to read about the old days...
Okay, 1/3 of the video is gone, and still not a single sentence of the actual truth, what's happening. We're gonna start skipping because, again, people are saying that he says nothing to prove, which, you know, I kind of doubted at first because there's no way he doesn't say anything, right? But at this point, yeah, it's just gonna be calling people who don't believe him idiots, and that's it.
Is a lot of that a very common theme. This is a place where they had some of the best times of their lives. For stories like this, the people involved want to stay anonymous, and many of them did. But a person she worked with looked at her and said, quote, "Her ass looks great in those shorts." And
big if true.
And as a result of that, she never wore shorts into the office again. She
Lamau
told me about various times where she...
Yeah, okay, listen. If that's your bod for bad things, then I mean, you probably should go get some professional treatment help.
Complain about things to HR, and nothing was ever done about it. I spoke to Connie Griffith, who told me that in executive meetings, when she was an executive assistant at the time, she would hear some of the top men at the company complaining about hiring women, saying, if we hire these women, we got to be more careful around them. Broderick, and many of the other...
That sounds smart. Always be careful. There is, by the way, this thing where a lot of companies that have been... there's been literally so many reports at this point that men who are managers and whatnot all literally refuse to be one-on-one in a room with a woman because they're afraid of allegations, which is crazy. And that could actually be that.
Other women who work for Blizzard told me they compared their salaries to male colleagues and found that they were paid less even when they had the same or...
Based.
even more experiences.
Ah, you know it's disingenuous anytime that someone says, but my work experience is the same. We're talking about merit, sunshine. I don't care. I don't care if you worked in this company for 20 years. You see, Phil, he's autistic. We're nice people here, okay? He's special needs. He can barely count the potato. He can barely count the two. And he's better at the job than you. That's why he gets a salary. Granted, he chooses to be paid in Monster Energy drinks, but he is still paid more than you for a reason, Becky. That's because you're shit at your job. Yeah, many cases.
In fact, Roderick's husband actually wound up like leapfrogging her at the company. They both worked for Blizzard and wound up making more over.
That's probably because he was better at the job.
His time there, despite the fact that she had more experience at Blizzard than he did. 6 different women for the Bloomberg story, and even more later on, told me about incidents where they were harassed by men. They went to HR, reported those incidents, and HR did nothing.
I don't care about someone saying, oh, this happened, that happened. Name what happened. Tell me what happened, not like, oh, Tim looked at me funny. Well, maybe Tim's ugly and that's why you didn't like it. Let's be real, probably Tim's ugly and that's why you didn't like it, okay? If Chad looked at you, you would be ready, okay? Everyone knows.
There's a little bit of nuance because sometimes HR might actually take disciplinary actions against men but not tell the people who reported it. That itself is kind of a problem, but there are ethical and legal complications there. Regardless, those women came away feeling like nothing had been done. They still had to see some of those same men every day. Sometimes it was their bosses, sometimes it was people who were above them. It contributed to this feeling of...
Okay, yeah, so in court, this is all kind of hearsay. Everything that Schreier's reporting and saying is hearsay, technically. So, I mean, he can literally make up stuff at this point. Is this gonna be it? Is this his proof?
Overall, hazing rituals that people had to go through felt like a frat house. People would take...
Yeah, the frat house thing is real.
Shots during meetings and vomit in trash cans. I swear to God, I heard all sorts of...
That's called a fun day.
Crazy stories about these hazing rituals that people had to go through. Alcohol was such a big problem at Blizzard and overall, but especially in the BattleNet department, that the company actually temporarily banned drinking at holiday parties at one point, and then later said it was instituting a 2-drink minimum at these parties because people would just kept getting drunk and causing problems and driving drunk.
He means maximum, not minimum, but that is hilarious. A true 2-drink minimum. Oh, that's good.
And alcohol was just everywhere. It was a real problem. Ben Kilgore, who ran the tech department, in fact, he was the chief technology officer. In fact, he was being lined up as the successor to Mike Morhaime, the CEO of the company. He was going to be the next CEO of the company, was then fired in 2018 after an investigation into his behavior and allegations surrounding him sleeping with subordinates. He was actually fired for lying to the investigators, according to people who know what happened or familiar with the investigation. The lawsuit, I think, it actually missed a lot of important parts of Blizzard's culture that I've explored in my reporting, like the lack of boundaries between professional and personal lives at Blizzard.
Yeah, so there's no real evidence. Dude, he could have actually started with this, but instead he spent literally 8 minutes calling everyone watching this and not believing him stupid and dumb and whatnot. Jesus. Well, it's very impressive. Anyway, that was Jason Schreier. Let's hope his career is over. Have a nice day. Bye. Everyone's favorite, Alana, the female pirate software Pierce, admits that she hates America. Let's be real, we all knew that this is probably the case. I'm not even surprised in the slightest. And I just want to say, history has been made. Because most likely, this is the first time that we can for sure say that she's not lying. Sad, but true.
Someone asked me on a stream the other day why Asian countries like Japan aren't facing the same truly insane wave of layoffs that the games industry in Europe and North America have been since 2022. We are over 50,000, by the way. 50.
Gee, I wonder. I really wonder. Maybe because if Japan has less of this neat little thing called wokeness?
1,000 people have lost their jobs in an industry that is making record money. If you would like a full breakdown of why we're at 50,000, here is a comprehensive video of why the games industry broadly is in the position that it's in. But when it comes to Asia
A comprehensive video that makes absolutely no sense.
specifically, I get why this is confusing, especially because a lot of Western studios, even ones who have faced tremendous layoffs, are owned by Asian companies. Sony is a great example, a Japanese company that recently shut down
Sony is now pretty much an American company. Their headquarters are in America, their CEOs are slowly turning American. They are no longer a Japanese company. It's just a meme at this point.
highly beloved studio Bluepoint, who were based in Austin, Texas. Bungie, also owned by Sony, but operating out of Bellevue in Washington, recently lost 300 employees. Riot Games is 100% owned by Chinese mega publisher Tencent. They've laid off just under 100 people this year across the US and Europe. Nintendo has done
Actually, it's not 100% owned by Tencent. I'm pretty sure they only own a substantial portion of Riot.
this. Square Enix did it very recently. It happens across the board. It's happening in other industries too, of course. Giant Japanese pharmaceutical company Takeda Pharmaceutical recently announced plans to cut 4,500 jobs in order to save around 200 billion yen annually. Yay for the stock market. And the employees
200 billion yen is not actually that much.
that are being laid off are in Europe. Basically, companies that are headquartered in Asia are still laying people off, just not all that often in Asia. It does also still happen in Asia, to be clear, sometimes. Tencent did just lay off 100 employees from the Shenzhen, China-based studio Timi, I think is pronounced, studio group. Most
Oh wow, do you think they also had jump nets installed for productivity purposes?
well known for mobile games like Call of Duty Mobile and Honor of Kings, for example. But most of the stories that I feel like I hear out of Asia are like the direct opposite. I'm reading this paragraph from Lewis Gordon at The Verge because they summarized it perfectly. It says, in recent years, Japanese companies and studios such as Sega raised salaries by 33%, Koei Tecmo upped wages by 23%, employees at Persona maker Atlas saw their incomes jump by 15%, and Nintendo gave its employees a 10% raise. Most recently, Capcom increased graduate salaries by 27.7%, describing it as an investment in the people who support the future of the company. And all of this is benefiting people specifically in Japan. So yeah, I get why it's confusing. Why are there so many layoffs in the US and Europe, even at Asian-owned companies, when their Japanese counterparts are getting goddamn raises? The reason for this may shock you. Women. I'm joking. It's
I don't think I have ever laughed at a single joke Alana has said. I kind of just die inside.
actually the law and also culture. But let's start with the law, which is honestly really gross, which you'll see when we get into it. But for the purposes of keeping this relatively cohesive, I'm going to largely look at Japan. And as part of that, I did interview Shuhei Yoshida, who is both Japanese and was the president of the SIE Worldwide Studios, as in PlayStation Studios.
The reason she's looking into Japan, not China, is because not that you can't find information on China, it's actually funny and readily available at this point. It's just because she's a communist, so she can't say anything bad about Daddy China. That's pretty much it.
From 2008 to 2019, and two other Japanese games industry professionals who have asked to remain anonymous. The most that I can say is that one is a producer at AAA Studio effectively in Japan, and the other worked at Nintendo for many years, but no longer does. And we will hear from them right after this ad break. This message is sponsored by Raycon. It is back to price tag. Come for sponsoring. Now back to the video. So Japan has what it is called a legal doctrine of abusive dismissal, which basically says that unless an employer can actually prove that they are firing someone for one of a few permissible reasons, that firing is considered abusive and is thus invalid and illegal. This is a whole process. The firing company straight up has to provide paperwork regarding whatever misconduct an employee may have committed, and there's a whole bunch of things taken into consideration surrounding this. It is a huge deal. Like, what are the damages caused by the employee's misconduct? Does the employee have a history of misconducting? Or this is just a one-off thing? To what extent did the employee try to correct their behavior after doing their misconducting? Like, it's not just like they do one thing and they get fired. They legally have to be given second chances, effectively, again, depending on the actual work crimes committed. You can't even fire someone for just being bad at their job without proving that you tried to get them a job that they might be better at or training them for a different position. As such, there are many examples of Japanese employees being fired, suing their ex-employers, and winning, and as a result being rehired, which has got to be real awkward. Can you imagine? Other countries producing a lot of games right now, like South Korea and China, are of course a little different, legally speaking. They're different countries, but their regulations are ultimately to very similar effect. For example, a Chinese company recently tried to reassign a worker to a different department, and in doing so cut down their salary, obviously, because they can't easily fire people. Reassignment is the next best bet. Specifically in this case, though, they were trying to replace that human worker with AI. The Chinese government has officially made it illegal to replace human workers with AI. You can do that in America, though. Fuck yeah, freedom. Comparatively, it's just real easy to fire people here in the US. The US has what they call an at-will employment system, and it's one of the only countries that operates this way in the entire world. It basically means you can be fired at any time for any reason, and that you can quit at any time for any reason. You can be fired.
I mean, we knew that this style is clickbait to a degree, even though it's true. But, man, I mean, what is the point of this video?
Fired in the US, basically because your boss was having a bad day, and they will face zero legal repercussions for this. Turns out Montana is actually the only state in the entire country that doesn't technically operate this way.
Okay, listen. Japan is something that is called a high-trust society. Yeah, that's it. That's it. If you don't understand the implications of any of this, yeah, it is what it is.
Shout out to Montana. The only exceptions to this rule in the US are discrimination-based. You can't be fired based on race, color, religion, sex, including pregnancy, sexual orientation, or gender identity, national origin, age, if you're 40 or older, disability, and genetic information, including family medical history. You can't be fired for reporting sexual harassment. You can't be fired for whistleblowing, and you can't be fired for union activity. Otherwise, game earned by...
Just a reminder, anyone who does the whistleblowing, America still has absolutely no legal protections for whistleblowers, which is hilarious, to be honest. And the most greatest example, what the fuck is wrong with the colors? So what have you done? Anyway, the greatest example of this, how much you should never be a whistleblower in America, is probably that one woman who whistle blew a bank's malpractices about how they broke like a billion safety regulations and things like that. What happened? Well, the bank got to do a fine, which was not even that much, and she lost her job for forever, got blacklisted, and now for 20 plus years she has been relentlessly sued by that bank every single time a lawsuit ends. Pretty good stuff, honestly. Pretty fun stuff. You can Google that. It's not hard to find.
A Japanese company didn't meet sales projections? Cool, let's lay off the Americans, because it is incredibly easy to do so. Get them out of here. There are some protections in place regarding layoffs specifically, but it's just, you must give employees...
I love how none of this is, a cultural thing. None of this is wokeness. None of this is political pandering. This is just like, oh, a game magically, for no reason that we can understand, just performed less than we would have liked or expected, so... Yeah, let's just fire people for no reason. I love how simplistic this is, because this just does not fit her narrative correctly, so she's not gonna address it. I absolutely love the levels of dishonesty we are peeking at here.
Notice and pay and give them insurance for a specific amount of time. It's genuinely really depressing. It feels like the US and European employees are like stock market fodder for companies headquartered in countries where they aren't.
She's onto something at least. Now, I'm not gonna go into this because I adore my American audience and I wish the best for them, so I'm not gonna try and ruin their day for no reason, considering it doesn't impact them.
allowed to treat employees like actual trash. But even Europe, which of course also varies a ton by country, generally has much stronger worker protections than the US. China has actually developed a sort of term for their criticism of US treatment of workers and people in general. You may have heard of this. It's called the kill line. This is a term that originated on Chinese social media. This is so brutal. It kind of refers to a threshold at which a productive middle-class person living in the US is only one single medical, financial, or legal struggle away from irreversible collapse. They posit that most Americans live on this kill line. Most is just one disaster or
That's most of the world everywhere, China included, okay? At least we're not in a situation where you start saying the word square and someone's starting to sweat in China.
really bad day away from immense debt and potentially homelessness, and this is a result of lack of social security systems or safety nets across the board. The at-will employment system clearly contributes here, and it means that a lot of the rest of the world, including games industry...
So embrace communism. Yeah, Alana, that's a great idea. How about implementing a system that has not worked? Well, actually, it did work in killing literally hundreds of millions.
Professionals globally, including working in Asia, see the US system as just incredibly brutal. I mean, I personally have terrible insurance that I pay $500 a month out of pocket for, and if I were to get into an accident and lose a limb, I think I would have spent my life savings probably within the first hour of being hospitalized. Like, the ambulance ride itself would wipe up my entire bank account. That's why it's like GoFundMe.
I love how she's obviously lying and trying to resonate with the Americans. I'm not American, but my existence resonates probably better with everyone watching this than this pampered person who has literally not struggled a single time in her life and constantly has just somehow magically fallen upward from one poorly done voice acting job to an even worse done voice acting job into being an actual finally writer. But maybe not really, because IMDb did not want to put her as a writer for some reason in God of War Laufey Lamau. Interesting. I mean, okay, listen. From lie to lie, someone can thrive.
GoFundMe or nothing in the US, really. If you weren't good at socializing in the US, honestly, you're kind of screwed. Like, better hope you have some friends who are willing to write a nice paragraph about you and share a link, my guy. That's how it works here. If not, guess you'll just...
Said the person who has that's a thumbnail. Said the person who has unironically abused that for her entire life and has literally no valuable work ethics other than abuse.
Die. But speaking of fun cultural quirks like dying because you weren't friendly enough, Japan specifically has some fun ways around not being able to legally lay people off. If by fun I mean basically torture, which, you know, at this point, if it's torture or being laid off, considering everything we just spoke about, I'm going with the workplace torture. It's not all sunshine and rainbows in Japan, obviously. They basically just have different means of dealing with these ongoing struggles in the industry. Madogawa is a term that means seats by the windows, where certain employees, whether that is employees that are not performing well professionally or a company is actually looking to downsize, they are literally pushed to seats by windows because it's so difficult to fire people. So I asked Shuhei Yoshida specifically about this because there aren't a ton of official sources on the topic, and he said these employees are given no daily tasks and are encouraged to find new jobs outside the company. They are still paid by the company, so some employees just spend time in the seats doing nothing and collect salaries, but others use this time to find new jobs outside the company. Basically, they try to bore people until they leave. Companies also work around...
You think this is not real, but I actually know of a situation where a person could not be fired, so their desk got put in the hallway, and they never had a single thing to do. In a couple of months, they left. At first, they thought it's great, but I mean, your workplace is in the hallway. Your computer's not connected to pulpit. No one ever gives you an assignment and people scoff at you. That does work.
Around these restrictions by relying more heavily on contractors. It's much easier to cut contracts.
Now, granted, that is a story from something like 20 years ago, but I mean, it's a real one. Funny.
being that they could just not renew contracts, same in the US. And even beyond that, a reduction in outsourcing has actually made it look like the workforce is not diminished in Asia because full-time employees have not been affected, but overall jobs actually have. So considering all of this, that they are still attempting various ways to get rid of people in a just significantly more challenging legal system, why is Japan still giving out raises? This ties into Japan's post-war lifetime employment system. Gone back to World War II. After World War II, Japan had to rebuild an economy that had been devastated by war while also rapidly industrializing. So Japanese companies built this model where they recruited workers straight.
I mean, she could have literally named this video anything else, and it would have been probably more accurate than this. But I understand Alana, she wants to share her feelings about the evil capitalistic country of America. Oh, it's so hard being pampered and never hearing the word no. I understand, Alana. You are the best. Anyway, Alana Pierce, friend of the channel, great gal, very smart as we all know. I talk to her daily. She enriches my IQ. It got higher or lower. One of the two, pick one. Anyway, have a nice day. Bye-bye. Oh no! This is terrible! How awful! How did this happen? Well, you know, as they say, go broke! Go broke! And that's exactly what Halo Studios has decided to do. Chuds, pat yourselves on the back because it's over. Wallets closed, easiest money saved of my life. Halo is in the dumpster. It's on ice, and everyone at Halo Studios is open for work in the worst ways possible. And I just have to say, I enjoy every moment of it. Halo Studios has reportedly laid off several employees shortly after the launch of Halo Campaign Evolved. Multiple developers, including producers, as well as software engineers, have shared on LinkedIn that they're leaving the studio with some updates. Updating their profiles to open to work. One developer said they spent 6.5 years working on Halo before being affected. Oh no, 6 years? That means you deserve to work at that studio forever and being paid for being a horrible employee. Oh, this is so sad. My heart goes out to you. In any case, boys, one last time. Let's salute the final time, hopefully, that we see Girl Boss. Honestly, she has become my favorite character, but boys, if you will.
Not bad, Spartan. I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda. Not bad, Spartan.
The send-off she deserves. I mean, them deserve. In any case, here is the open for work. Every player has a game they'll never forget. That's why I chose this career. I want to help create games that bring smiles to, like, maybe 1 out of 10 million people. And even less paying people, the players, and create memories that carry with them for years.
Spartan, I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda.
I mean, memories indeed. Today, I learned my time at Halo Studios, womp womp, will be coming to an end, wompity womp. Following the successful launch of a late... Successful launch?! I'm sorry, is the success in the room with us? Because I have a feeling it's not. Oh, maybe if I click... Nope, still not dead. There have been official reports that Halo, by the way, has not even broke 400k sales. I said it's gonna struggle to make 500, but currently, honestly, it's kind of struggling to make 400, which is wild. This is lower than any previous reports that we have, which means, by the way, I love talking about Halo because this just is all adjustments for my Fable calculations. And currently, Fable looks like it's gonna be between 20 and maybe 40k players. Worst case scenario, Black Swan event, 10k players. And it's not gonna sell even 300k copies by first month. Now granted, which still ways away, but I do love Halo, not Halo, but Fable, so it is what it is. Anyway, the success is not in the room with us. Interesting. I know this is one of the most challenging job markets in our industry has seen, and I know the road ahead won't be easy. Good! I hope the road doesn't take you to a job, in fact. You deserve to be on the streets. But you would say that the streets are fine, so... Anyway, but I'm not done, and my purpose has not changed. That is the saddest part, okay? An activist is literally being like, I'm gonna keep ruining gaming because that's just who I am as a detestable person. Very nice. And you have more of these. After 6.5 years working on Halo and dodging just as many around the playoffs, it has finally caught up to me. I have nothing but love for Halo thanks to the studio. I am open to new roles as producer, project manager, working remotely or hybrid in Seattle area. Good luck, buddy. Good luck. Okay? Open to work. I mean, all of this is just open to work. Overheard at Halo Studios, I'm just a stock of excuses over here. Stack of excuses over here. Whatever. Anyway, that was from Smash JD, who was the first one to report this. Confirmed. Very nice. I absolutely do love this. The more people get laid off, the happier I am. I mean, this graph is absolutely horrible. Well, for me, this makes me smile and makes me happy. But for other people, this is horrible, but yet also somehow a success. I really love those successes that get you fired. Those are my favorite successes. So successful, they laid off everyone. Oh, man. I mean, that does make Dragon Age the Veil God a success. Sound of Midnight, absolutely amazing. They closed the whole studio. And, needless to say, everyone's having a good time. People say, Quazad, why are your videos not positive? Have you even watched them, or are you just speaking at random? Do I look unhappy currently? I'm thrilled, I'm ecstatic, I'm having a great time. All of these layoffs have boosted my mood immeasurably. For the past months, this channel has only covered positive things about woke losers getting fired and their world breaking and shattering below their feet. Is that not good news? I'm confused. Massive layoffs at Halo. OG Blizzard devs were innocent. Not really, but you know, that's actually today's previous video. Commies are getting fired from Bethesda. Based, Vogue-tards are losing their jobs. It's a quadruple victory, boys. Well, again, the OG Blizzard thing doesn't even matter at this point. It's not like this is gonna... If those people return, it's not... The only person I adore and love at Blizzard is Bobby Kotick. Bobby original hard R N-word Kotick. He was a man. We did not deserve him. He was holding the dam. And now he left. If we don't get Bobby back at Blizzard, Blizzard has no future. Asha Sharma, listen. All Bobby requires is 1-2 Artes on his private jet every month as a sacrifice, and that's it. Honestly, if you ask me, not even a bad deal. Oh yes, and this is also what we saw yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful. 2 chef's kisses, in fact. Marathon haters showing Steam charts. I will. And this also makes me smile and happy. Yeah, Marathon is officially, for 3 days now, under 5k. And I have been checking this graph for literally every day since this started. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. And this is the only thing that ever has gotten attention from any posts surrounding Marathon in probably the last 3 months. It's the fact that this has 1.7 million views, and people are losing their minds because how out of touch this is. Because yeah, this is Marathon. No one playing it and pretending it's fun. Beautiful. But again, don't worry, because Marathon's not the only game doing bad. Halo's not the only game doing bad. Let's just remind everyone about the current state of Xwata 1348. The historically accurate medieval female woman void lesbian knight game. Yes. So many chef's kisses, I can't even count. It has 2 players. It's averaging between 0 and 4 players now. And this is obviously a success, by the way. You gotta appreciate it. And remember, how many wish lists did this have? What was it? Can someone remind me? 300k, 400k? Yes, the Void of War, and the peak was 420. But was that its own Game Pass? Why is your channel so? It's the most positive channel on the internet, and we have even an IGN report to just make it all so more delicious. A new report suggests that Halo campaign involved had fatally troubled development that caused the multiplayer project to be cancelled. By the way, yes, this is literally a Halo game without multiplayer. Is this actually the only Halo game without multiplayer at this point? Is it? I think it's definitely, at the bare minimum, the only modern Halo game without multiplayer. And yes, saying a fairly troubled development when literally everyone's getting fired is maybe the understatement of the millennia, but that's fine. It's IGN at the end of the days. Also, they outsourced so much for this. Again, Halo, we're gonna have a report probably in the upcoming month or 2 or 3 maybe, that the budget for this game was actually like 150 to 200 million easily. It's gonna be insane. And I mean, that's just how it is when this is the games industry. Honestly, the only thing that we are missing here is Alana Pierce as a guest star, because she deserves to be in this picture. It is what it is. And at the end, boys, remember, shit to shit, piss to piss. Sometimes you deserve it. It is what it is. Oh yes. The Triumph of Tolerance. The Covenant. Ship destroyed by the UNSC burden of proof. Probably the only unironically good part about the Halo campaign involved. It's just life, boys. Also, new chat. This is the first time I have ever bought a chair this fast. It's pretty decent. I do like it. I will not do a chair review, even though I could. It's some kind of 100 euro off-brand shoot of a chair, because, I mean, I'm not gonna buy an expensive chair. Chairs literally last me just 1 year, and then they're broken, something happens, this thing falls off, the hydraulics don't work. Is it because I'm an animal? Yes. Yes. I am an animal. In any case, thanks for watching. Subscribe if you haven't already. Like the video. It takes less than a second so more people can have their days be better because of these wonderful things that are happening in the industry. Stay positive, friends. Like the video right now. It takes less than a second, and I do appreciate it. Have a nice day. Bye.
The Order welcomes you.
Bethesda's Save Our Devs rally is going viral, and for all of the best reasons, obviously. Now, I have to say, I am personally deeply impressed with what we are seeing right here. In one single day, they managed to prove every single thing that we have suspected for literally years at this point about Bethesda and how they work. And the best part about this is the community's response. The community is currently taking this in strides. Everyone's pretty happy. I'm personally chill. Initially, I saw this, I couldn't actually stop laughing, and a lot of people are like this because the memes are flowing tremendously. Because let's face it, at this point, we are long past the initial stages of grief that Bethesda is dead and we're never gonna get a good game again. And at this point, we are all at the point of acceptance because we know that it's hopeless. So at this point, what are you supposed to do if not to laugh and have a good time? And people are doing exactly that. The response to the Bethesda rally is absolutely beautiful from the community. This one. Be Bethesda employees. Be told to work for once. Literally for once in 15 years. Immediately crash out and create a boycott. This is just unbelievable. The fact that this is true, and we also have a couple of examples of what these people are saying at these rallies. And you know, I have two, and you are not ready for how absolutely bonkers these words that these people say are. So let's get into it.
Morale is really low because, you know, we've been told that we're making great games that players love and that we're doing well, and to have this suddenly hit us has been a huge shock to us.
It sucks.
We make all kinds of games, all kinds of people love.
It'd be really nice if we could just get back to work and make them games that will define a generation of video gaming.
I worked at ZeniMax for about 5 years. We are having a march and a rally to demand dignity and respect and an end to the cycle of layoffs.
Yes, the cycle of layoffs. So, people are watching this, and when I saw this the first time, I laughed and my jaw was on the floor because these people, without any single mistake, have absolutely nothing in common with reality. These people somehow are living in a completely parallel to universe to the rest of the human race. The fact that this guy is unironically saying, "Oh, we're making so many games that people love, so many games that people enjoy." What games? What are we talking about? The last game you made was 15 years ago if we don't count Starfield. And no one likes Starfield. What are these magical games that people like that you are making? What this them said. It's insane. It's insane. Just look.
Kinds of games, all kinds of people love.
Yeah, these people unironically think that people love their games. Who loved Starfield? No one. Who has loved a single decision Bethesda has made in the past 10 years? No one! Where are these people getting the information? They are unironically standing there, scratching their heads in confusion. How did we get fired? Everyone loves our games. They're doing so well. These people, this is an echo chamber. This is not even a echo chamber. You would probably need a nuclear chain reaction of many, many, many bombs to get them out of there. And that probably would still not work. They would just die in the sunlight. The level that these people are on of probably being completely isolated from the rest of the world is honestly kind of unbelievable. If you told me that this is real and I didn't have proof of this, I would be like, no, this is just, there's no way someone's this out of touch, right? But no, here we are. Literally tens, if not hundreds of people who are all this insane. And all of them think that they were doing a good job. Like, septum piercings. My God. Like, every single stereotype possible has literally been accomplished in just one 27-second video. Just one. And we have another one. Yes, yes. After seeing and hearing some of the people protesting these Bethesda layoffs, I honestly don't feel that bad for them. On this channel, we love layoffs. Our typical answer to layoffs is, why not more? We need more. Give us more. Layoffs are the best thing that you can find in the game industry currently. And here, let's watch another one. This is also great, obviously.
We're at a turning point in the games industry. We're at the mercy of corporate greed infecting the games we love.
I've been working here for
corporate greed. These people are all communists, and more about that later, because some of you may actually figure out what I'm gonna lead into, because it's hilarious, okay? These people are all communists. They think a company making or breaking even is literally greed. This is unironic. This is insane. And this one's probably one of my favorite, honestly.
For about 5 years now. I originally started on 76 because I came from like the modding community. I used to be the head writer of Fallout London, and I've been working on an unreleased game that a lot of people were pretty excited about. So
yeah, no one's excited, honey. And this girl right here, I honestly think this is a little bit sad. If there's anything to be sad about this situation, it's what's happening here. This is something I have talked about previously. It's the fact that Bethesda is the greatest talent in the industry when it comes to making people talentless. Like, the amount of talentless people Bethesda has is truly unique and unrivaled. It's almost like they have a program there that just lobotomizes everyone or something. And this is a great example. I don't know which parts of Fallout New London she made, but Fallout New London is definitely easily one of the better things that has happened to the Fallout universe in the last decade or so. One of the better mods. Sure, maybe it's not actually the deepest, and it's a little bit thin on some parts, but all in all, it's a good experience and people like it. All in all, it is nice. And this person helped make it. And this is what Bethesda does. They take people that actually did good things. Bethesda has hired a lot of modders over the years, and the outcome is always the same. Bethesda takes someone, a modder, someone maybe with talent even, and they somehow just lobotomize them in less than a month. And they're as talentless as the rest of Bethesda. They can't do anything any longer, and everything they do sucks. This is what Bethesda does. Like, the only way to fix Bethesda is to fire 100% of it and replace them all in one foul single swoop at this point. Because nothing short of that is going to work. Because every part of that company is seemingly rotten at this point and will destroy any newcomers, any talent, anything that comes in.
I was very surprised to hear that they were cutting me and a bunch of other people on the writing team.
We love
in support.
How can you be surprised? Again, this is just purely this goes above Blue Sky. Okay, this goes above platforms like Blue Sky. These people are in such an unbelievable bubble. It's made out of adamantium at this point. Okay. There's nothing you can do. How do you not know that you're a bad writer? Everyone hates your writing. One of the greatest phenomenon when it comes to Bethesda is that if you try to write in Bethesda, Fallout, or whatever, except Skyrim, I guess, and maybe there's some Elder Scrolls exceptions, but if you would try to do that in the last 3-ish years before the new game announcements, you would not see a single positive Bethesda video. Everyone would be criticizing the lore you make, the games you make, and everything about you, because none of it is good. And these people somehow think that people like their writing. How?
They were cutting me and a bunch of other people on the writing team.
We love doing our jobs. Like, I love working here so much, and
what do you work on, dude? Like, seriously, what have you made? You have made a nothing.
It feels like there's plenty of room to keep us all employed in terms of Microsoft's budget.
Did you hear that? Microsoft's budget. Not Bethesda's budget, but Microsoft's. This guy, what he's saying is, he understands that Bethesda is not currently profitable, that they have been losing money for literally years now. And he's like, well, maybe we suck, but Microsoft has enough money to keep us around. These people are insane.
We know that that's possible, so it'd be really nice if we could just get back to work and make them games that will define a generation of video gaming.
They unironically think that they're gonna define a generation of video gaming. It is just the hubris, the out-of-touchness, the insanity. Again, you can't even be mad about this. If you get mad about this, you probably are gonna lose your mind. You can only look at this with a smile and think this is all just a nightmare or a joke.
Be overstated how much it upends your life to have your job lost, and so suddenly and spontaneously and callously, like it's happening here.
I'm here as a Rockville City Council member and a gamer and a wife of a gamer and a mom of a gamer. Video games.
You better ditch that child because it's contributing to climate change.
Video game industry is extremely important. It's a very resilient industry overall. It does not lag in support among players, consumers. So this decision by Microsoft is extremely puzzling.
Again, the funniest part about this is that all of these people are actually legitimately baffled. They don't understand how could they be let go, because people love what they make, obviously. And these are the literal people that they employed. This is not fake. This is a real thing. This is a guy who was here somewhere visible. I'm not sure if here or somewhere else. But yeah, he's here. You see? This is what we're talking about. Bethesda is only hiring the best of the best at creating famine and theft and problems for society. Oh yeah. It is insane how Bethesda has done nothing for 15 years except releasing a mobile game that failed and another mobile game and then Starfield, and that's it. And these people are unironically like, hey, everything's fine, everything's great. 10 years and UMFers released 2 flops and some shitty mobile games, one of which is dead. It really is amazing. And yeah, this was originally HeroHei's post that he did. Bethesda union members are protesting after being laid off, and it's hilarious. It is. And they are out of touch. These people are completely batshit insane. We make great games. We make games players love. We make games that define generations. It's insane. Like, because again, you can look at this and it's pretty clear that all of these people legitimately believe this.
And to have this suddenly hit us has been a huge shock to us.
It sucks.
We make all kinds of games.
They are even holding signs that say players deserve better. Yes, that's why you're fired. At least that's kind of the hope. And it's like, where was that energy the entire time that corrupt AAA has been taking advantage of gamers by putting out buggy, overpriced, modern audience slop? They were radio silent, but now they get laid off and they're pretending to care about the players. Exactly. They literally told us to not play their games, to not buy their games if we don't accept whatever the hell this is supposed to be. But now they're like, gamers deserve better. At best, honestly, we're just a shield for their activism, that's it. And by the way, this is the funniest part. This was on July 15th. Yes, it's not... this is the last year, but only now it's somehow going viral, because I guess HeroHei posted it, I'm not really sure, but his is the biggest post that I have seen. The protests happened after Microsoft cut hundreds of jobs across Bethesda and ZeniMax. The workers are asking for better severance pay, longer health care coverage, and the chance for laid-off employees to be rehired if new positions open. Oof. I mean, I hope none of them get hired again. And don't worry, boys. It is fine. Fallout New Vegas Remastered is gonna be great.
After the second battle of Hoover Dam, Xbox fired most of the Obsidian team and replaced them with H-1B visa workers. Ordered to add gay marriage to the next Fallout as part of their DEI quota. The new team accidentally wed Arcade and Veronica, retconning two of Fallout's most beloved gay icons.
Which is actually probably what they would unironically do. These tourists... I honestly think this is fate to a certain degree, that these tourists always fail exactly at this. How many times have we actually had this? Where tourists pretend that they know a game and then they do the exact opposite of what they want and ruin the canon that they themselves would actually like. Not enjoy, but, you know, message like.
Process. A classic case of having one job to do, but not understanding the assignment.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. A future worth living in, boys. That's all I can honestly say. And if you're wondering why this is happening, I have had this in my bookmarks for such a long and extended period of time, and I finally get to use it. I'm so happy. According to the GDC State of the Gaming Industry report, 31% of U.S. game industry workers identifies as LGBTQ+. Among young cohorts, the number was even higher. 39% of those between the ages of 19 to 34, and 43% of those 24 and younger. Now, as you all know, I'm a progressive guy. I love progress. I love social shit and stuff. Okay? I am obviously all for diversity and all of these things in the games industry. It should, in fact, represent life. And because of that, considering, you know, this little word salad takes up roughly 0.something% of the world's population, I think we should fire roughly 30.9% of all of these activists, so it better represents life. So everything's fair and, you know, stuff. We want real diversity, right? As a black trans woman, which is canonically through on this channel for 2 years. That's right. I got the invert pass, boys. It's great. We need to fire all of them, okay? And that one person that we keep around always needs to be able to access Minecraft at any time, so we can have some situation reports. That's what life is all about, and it will be great. Okay? Fire all of them, get rid of all of them, and yeah. Insanity is pretty strikingly high, needless to say. Anyway, like the video. It takes less than a second. Do it right now. It greatly helps the channel. If you think this is important, then that like will matter. More people will see it. So, like the video right now. It takes less than a second. And thanks for watching. Have a nice day. Bye.
Hello guys and gals, and welcome. Today we're going to do something very simple. We're going to rank the Diablo 2 resurrected classes yet again. Last time I did this was about a year ago, and things have changed a lot since then. Next hit delay changes, as well as some fixes for individual classes, and Sunder Charm modifications, and so forth and so on. And I feel like my previous rankings are just kind of obsolete at this point, and I need to go back over and re-rank all the classes. So I hope you'll join me today as we spend some time ranking all of the Diablo 2 Resurrected classes, and it's going to begin with... the Druid. The Druid is the first class in my list, and it is unfortunately also the last class on my list, ranking in at number 7. The reason why I rank this class so low is because, well, it's just really not the greatest at just about anything. I feel like it doesn't excel in any category that it could ever possibly excel in. Let's take a look at the skill tree just as an example. First off, as an elemental character, this character does not excel past a fire sorceress or a cold sorceress. Cold sorceress and fire sorceress literally can just swim rings around this thing like it's a big fat whale in the ocean, and the sorceress is a slim, sleek dolphin that can, you know, just swim circles around. The other issues with the elemental tree really come into play when you consider how many points you have to spend to actually get like full use out of these. The fire tree in particular, although it has been fixed significantly in previous patches and is actually workable now. I've done fire druid in previous patches. The main issue with this particular build is that it does require 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 points just to make it worthwhile, which is rough. It's really rough. The Hurricane Druid, on the other hand, which is a little bit less point intensive, still requires a hefty 20, 40, 60, and then, of course, if you want the duration on your Hurricane, you're going to need another 80. So it's still 20 shy of the Fire Tree, but still very, very point intensive. Moving on to the Summoning Tree. The Summoning Tree, while it has been improved significantly in patches, including the ability to summon all of your pets at the same time, which is very powerful. Being able to summon everything at once is certainly very nice. And this leads to a much more powerful version than in previous patches. It still pales in comparison to the Necromancer's summon build. And that's kind of where things go, is that, well, yes, the Summoning Tree is better, but again, the Druid is just kind of one of those characters that is just bottom of the barrel in terms of comparison to other classes. And that's exactly what a ranking is, right? We're comparing this class to other classes, and in the process, we're trying to figure out, hey, does this summon Druid? Does it compare to, say, a summon Necromancer? And the answer is no. The summon Necromancer demolishes it. In fact, in many ways, honestly, even the Amazon's Valkyrie is better than the bear. I think I wouldn't say the Assassin's Shadow Master is, because she's kind of terrible, but in general, it's just like, yes, you can do it, but another class does it better. Like, can you do an Elemental Druid? Yes, you can do it, but another class does it better. Which leads us to the Shapeshifting Tree. Now, the Shapeshifting Tree is an interesting tree. In recent patches and things, the werewolf has definitely gotten a bit better, especially with the opening up of being able to use more than just simply two-handed weapons that are extremely fast, which has led to the creation of druids that have access to things like ethereal, I can't remember the name right on top of my head, the scythe that gives the Decrepify proc. And in general, like, they're very powerful melee characters, but because they don't really have any kind of guaranteed hit, which is an issue, they can't really compete with other melee characters. Like, for instance, the Paladin that has the Smite ability can literally just run circles around this character, depending on how you have it set up. Unfortunately, proccing Decrepify, while very fun, is useless inside of the Ubers, where you need life tap to stay alive. And there are a lot of other considerations, but it's essentially we're in the same boat here that we were in the Summoning in the Elemental Tree, is that other classes like the Barbarian and the Paladin do melee better than the Druid does. I mean, Fury is nothing more than a glorified version of Zeal. And a lot of these, like for instance, Maul on the Werebear isn't particularly an effective skill, although it does have a nice little stun attached to it. Feral Rage honestly is set up to a weird point where putting more points into it actually makes it worse somehow. And Rabies is unfortunately tied to poison damage, and poison damage is one of the poorest forms of damage in the game. It can work. You can make it work, but it takes a large amount of effort to get to the point where you feel like Rabies and like Poison Nova and things like that are truly effective, because you need large amounts of negative resistance and you need large amounts of plus poison skill damage, all of which comes at a premium. All in all, the Druid can definitely be an effective character. So I don't want you to think that me putting the Druid at number 7 is, you know, saying that it's a poo-poo character and nobody should play it, because I've done tons of fun Druids. I've done Hurricane Wolf Druids, I've done Fire Druids, I've done Hurricane Druids, I've done full summon Druids, and quite honestly, I've had a lot of fun with them. But I have to admit, even to myself, as I'm having fun with these characters, that it's a subpar class. It's subpar in just about every way that it can be subpar, and there's very little that the Druid does that other classes can't also do better. One very small thing that the Druid does have over other classes is this amazing Cyclone Armor. Cyclone Armor is one of those crazy abilities, and I know you can't see it because I'm in the way, but Cyclone Armor is one of those crazy abilities that literally just allows you to absorb massive amounts of elemental damage. The main issue with Cyclone Armor is that Cyclone Armor is really only at its best when you build the full synergies for the ability, which means that the only character that can really get good use out of Cyclone Armor is the Hurricane Druid, which means that the Fire Druid can't, the Fireclaw Druid can't, the Melee Werewolf can't, the Melee Werebear can't, the Summoning Werewolf, the Summoning Werewolf, Werebear, or Druid cannot. Basically, none of the builds in the game on this character can get access really to a full version of Cyclone Armor except for the actual Hurricane Druid, because you have to build huge amount of synergies to get usefulness out of it. So the one really cool thing that Druid has that none of the other classes have is locked to one specific build and one specific just like, what's it, 60 points, 20, 40, 60, 80 points to get the best out of Cyclone Armor. And that's the reason why a lot of the times when you see Druids, what's the build that you see them playing? It's Hurricane Druid. Because Hurricane Druid has this amazing Cyclone Armor, which makes them tanky as all get out. Honestly, Hurricane and Tornado are pretty fun to play as a build. But one build is not going to carry the class to the top, and all the other builds that can't quite compete with their competitors drag this down to number 7. Moving on to the next in the list is the Barbarian, ranking in at number 6. The Barbarian ranks in at number 6, and honestly, if you take a look at one of my previous rankings, the last one that I did before this, I had actually ranked the Barbarian at number 7. And there's a reason for this. I originally had assumed that the Barbarian could not take advantage of really the elemental damage charms. Being a barbarian, you generally don't have a lot of ways to apply elemental damage. Even Warcry, which is probably the closest thing to a spell that the barbarian has, is not elemental. It's physical damage. And the majority of the skills on the tree all revolve around physical damage in some way, shape, or form. Even technically Berserk, because it's based on physical damage, although it can be used as a substitute in magic damage. However, the magic damage Thunder Charm also doesn't really get any effect. From this. So you wind up in this weird situation where, well, the Thunder Charms just weren't really useful to the Barbarian. And so when the Thunder Charms came out and I ranked all the classes, I had originally placed the Barbarian at the last tippy rank 7. But I've bumped it up to rank 6 because I feel like I made a mistake. And what is that mistake? Well, I have since tried to build elemental barbarians utilizing the Sunder Charms, and I have found that, well, it's actually surprisingly effective. This barbarian right here is currently using 2 crescent moons and has basically stacked all the elemental damage charms that he can possibly stack, with the including of rings like Wisp Projector to add more lightning, the chain lightning on the crescent moons themselves, and any other kind of lightning damage modifier that I could possibly squeeze in. And the result is a character that's actually surprisingly effective in just about all forms of the game. This is Hell difficulty, and let me just go ahead and kill some elites here, some ghosts here real quick, just so I can show you. Honestly, this character is absolutely insane when it comes to just absolutely ripping things to shreds, because he's built off of elemental damage. And no, he doesn't need to have physical damage to rip things to shreds, as you can see. Those guys were physical immunes, and I have no way of breaking physical immunity, and I still ripped them to shreds. So I'm ranking the Barbarian at number 6 now, because I feel like the Barbarian is definitely better than the Druid at this point, because the Druid can also take advantage of Sunder Charms. Why is the Barbarian ranked number 6? Well, primarily, the Barbarian is a melee class. The Barbarian basically has no spells. The Barbarian has no castable abilities that are ranged, really. I mean, he does have a double throw, and double throw is an interesting ability from a standpoint of a melee character to be able to throw damage at a target from farther away. But a big issue with the double throw ability is that a lot of the best weapons that you can use on a double throw Barbarian are throwing axes. And throwing axes have a relatively short distance by comparison to something like a throwing spear. And I don't have a throwing spear on me, but we can purchase one real quick, and I can show you what I mean. And this honestly makes the weapons just kind of not as ranged as you would think. Would be the answer. Let's actually put them on real quick, and I'll show you what I mean. So this is a throwing spear, and if I throw this throwing spear, you'll see that it goes well past this pillar over here. Of course, you can't see there, because let me try this other pillar. Well past this pillar over here. You see how it goes well past the pillar. And this is because the throwing spears have a much longer range than throwing axes, and as an example, you can see that the throwing axe doesn't even make it to the pillar. This is unfortunate, because even in the one way that the Barbarian has to literally throw weapons to have some sort of ranged capability, the unfortunate side effect of it is that, well, even the axes have absolutely pitiful range by comparison to, say, a spell or even a javelin, which is a big issue. So for the Barbarian to get access to that range, to be able to hit multiple targets, to be able to dish out large amounts of damage across huge number of monsters, you've got to gimp yourself and not use things like the Lacerator. You have to instead use things like Wraithflight, which is a very nice ethereal spear. But the issue with this is now you don't have access to your amplified damage and other modifiers. So on top of this, basically you can say, without a shadow of a doubt, the Barbarian is primarily physical damage, with one exception being Berserk, and primarily melee damage, with the one exception of being double throw, right? And unfortunately, what this also means is that the Barbarian is primarily single target damage. Single target damage, while it can be extremely effective, is limiting in the way that you can design your character. And while the Barbarian does have some very nice positives, like find item, as well as the Grim Ward ability now, which allows the Barbarian to get some pretty nice negative physical resistances and things like that, as well as some amazing buffs that is coveted by basically the entire game. It's just not enough to compensate for the fact that the Barbarian basically has no actual AoE abilities. And you might be saying to yourself, but Ginger, what about Whirlwind? Well, the answer to that question, unfortunately, is that Whirlwind is not an AoE ability. Unfortunately, functionally, the way that Whirlwind works is it actually works like a single target ability that attacks very fast. It's no different than like Zeal or Fury in that regard. As you're whirlwinding, it just kind of attacks everything around you in a like a little area, one attack at a time. And it's not really necessarily doing AoE damage like the fantasy dictates that we would see in our mind, that it's actually like swinging a blade around and just hitting everything around you in a circle, which is not how it works. So unfortunately, I do have to place the Barbarian at number 6 on the list, and it's not a bad place to be as a Barbarian, because although Barbarians are 6th on the list in terms of a lot of things, they are, however, still extremely useful characters for magic finding, especially with their find item ability, and on top of that, they could make some very fun, versatile characters, like for instance my Thor Barbarian, which has been an absolute delight for me to play. If you've never tried out the Thor Barbarian, you might want to give it a try, because it's such a departure from physical damage that I found myself absolutely delighted at how the character behaved. I don't really know how to explain it other than it seems like being tied to physical damage is just a negative across the board in terms of Diablo, because there's very few ways to reduce the physical resistance of a monster, and on top of that, even if you can reduce the physical resistance of the monster, you are then restricted from using other things like Life Tap, which is what you need to kill Uber Mephisto in Uber Tristram. And this leads to some very odd things. However, you can get massive amounts of negative resistance in other categories like lightning, fire, and ice. And I found that by running, say, Crescent Moons with large amounts of lightning damage charms in my inventory, I was able to literally bypass the majority of immunities in the game, physical, cold, even lightning, and fire, just by simply focusing on something other than physical damage, which is really quite fun. Let's move on to the next character on the list, and that character is the Necromancer. That's right, Necromancer ranks number 5 on my list this time. So in patch 2.6, things have changed pretty significantly for a lot of classes. The next hit delay changes, including the Sunder Charm, and then on top of that, they also modified things that interacted with the Sunder Charms a little bit, like the Sorceress's Cold Mastery, and so forth and so on. And honestly, although I ranked the Necromancer a lot higher in my initial ranking, and then bumped him down for the Sunder Charm ranking, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to place the Necromancer at number 5 this time, and it's not because the Necromancer deserves to be at number 5, it's just because a lot of the other classes are just really powerful now. It's hard for me to rank the Necromancer above these other classes, which obviously we'll be going over soon, just simply because he can't really compete in terms of the Sunder Charms. The Sunder Charms basically do nothing for the Necromancer. Maybe the Poison Sunder, like it can work for the Poison Necromancer, but for the most part, when it comes to the Necromancer is really one of those classes that has a lot of magic damage abilities. You got poison damage over in the Poison and Bone, but you got a lot of magic damage as well. And then in the Summoning Tree, we've got a lot of physical damage. And you really can't get a lot of good use out of the Sunders. I've tried to get good use out of the Sunders, even utilizing, say, the Ray Skeletal Mage, the Fire Golem, and utilizing other effects, like, for instance, the Poison skills. But honestly, it just doesn't really feel like the Necromancer ever really is going to get good use out of the Sunder Charms, unless they do a complete about face and completely fix the Skeletal Mages, which I actually have a whole video, by the way, on fixing the Skeletal Mages if you want to check that out, and we'll save that for the time. Now, the Necromancer is an extremely powerful class, though, being that he can do just about anything within the game. And I think it's very important to highlight this, is that the Necromancer, unlike a lot of the other classes, can do all content. You can very easily do any area within the game. You can very easily kill Uber Lilith. You can very easily kill Uber Iswal, Uber Duriel, Uber Mephisto, Uber Diablo, Pandemonium Diablo, and Uber Baal with ease, depending on your setup, of course. But you should have absolutely no problem with any of the content within the game, which is why the Necromancer made it to number 5 in the first place, because, well, unlike the Druid, and unlike the Barbarian, the Necromancer really doesn't have an issue with anything, whereas the Druid and the Barbarian do have some issues with certain things. And the Barbarian being tied to melee means that he's also tied to attack rating, and attack rating can be such a pain in the butt, especially when you're fighting Ubers, because it's very difficult to hit Ubers without a guaranteed hit ability, which does make it even more of a pain in the butt. All in all, though, the Necromancer is definitely the king of summoning, and if you ever want to create a summoned character, I would definitely recommend doing the Necromancer, because the Necromancer can summon a horde of skeletons, skeletal mages, golems, revives, and all sorts of other things to basically make them just absolutely insane in terms of how they approach a battlefield. Approaching a battlefield with such a large amount of minions at your disposal is just insane, and it feels like you're the commander of an army. Sometimes it can be a little bit slow, but at the same time, once you get teleported into the mix and you start tele-stomping things, it can be even more ridiculous. On top of that, we also have the Bone Spear and Bone Spirit builds, which are absolutely fun to create, and you can do some pretty decent damage with these. And of course, Bone Poison Nova is absolutely amazing as well. Unfortunately, the Necromancer, while he is definitely a fine character that can do all content within the game, there is a lot on the character that is kind of messed up, like Poison Dagger and Poison Explosion are not really particularly effective abilities. There are curses on the tree like Weaken and even Iron Maiden that are relatively useless at this particular point. And on top of that, we also have the summoning tree with some of the golems that don't really quite live up to their expectations, and also the skeletal mages that don't really live up to their expectations. And in the grand scheme of things, it's really kind of small potatoes, because the Necromancer is such a powerful character, but there is some tweaks that could be done to the character to make the character more powerful, and would definitely increase the ranking if a lot of those abilities were to suddenly become useful. I really don't have a lot more to say about the Necromancer. It's one of my favorite classes within the game. It's a very, 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 very fun class to play, and depending on your particular playstyle, you might find it boring, but honestly, I find playing the Necromancer to be a highly engaging, like almost chess-like playthrough, where you're always trying to figure out what you need to do to kind of marshal your army in the correct directions. And that's why the Necromancer made it to the number 5 slot. Let's go on to the next on the list, which is the Sorceress. That's right, the Sorceress. The Sorceress comes in at number 4. And the reason why the Sorceress comes in at number 4 is just simply because the Sorceress is one of those characters that has so many fun possibilities. You can obviously be a cold, lightning, or fire sorceress. There are definitely some very fun in-between builds, like for instance, the enchant build that revolves around the Demon Machine is a very fun build that you can utilize the Demon Machine on, and you can get some really nice damage out of it. In fact, honestly, I think the Demon Machine build is better than the Fireball build. On top of this, we also have the Nova build, which has been very popular in past seasons, and since the next hit delay fixes, the Chain Lightning has been extremely effective as well, which is one of those builds that it's kind of been slept on until recently, because honestly, Chain Lightning is just so good now that they fixed the next hit delay problems, because it just kind of, yeah, you have to play around with it. But it used to starve itself out a lot if there were a large number of monsters, and now basically it no longer starves itself out, and you can just spam it infinitely, which is insane. And the amount of damage that it can stack up to at this point, very nice. The Cold Sorceress was ranked higher when the Thunder Charms came out, and the reason why is because Cold Mastery, which is absolutely insane, by the way, completely made the Thunder Charms just insane, and of course you can't see it because I'm covering it up, but basically, when it comes to Cold Mastery was essentially allowing the Sorceress to completely cut through cold immunities with the Thunder Charms when they first came out. Now, Cold Mastery has been nerfed so that it only provides 1/5 reduction to the monster's resistance with the Sunder Charm. And this does mean that the Cold Sorceress is less effective than she was in previous patches. She is still very effective. Don't get me wrong. With a little bit of negative cold resistance, a cold sunder, and maxed out cold mastery, the Cold Sorceress can still pretty much rip through cold immune monsters, just not as quickly as she could before. Before, she could literally bring like a immune cold resistant monster that was, obviously never going to be killed by her. She could break it with the Sunder Charm and then reduce that monster down to negative 100% cold res with her cold mastery, which was insane. And basically dish out double damage to that monster with her cold spells, which was nuts. And it's no wonder they eventually nerfed it. But they did let it run for an entire season before they nerfed it. And honestly, there's just so many fun builds on the Sorceress, including obviously, like I talked about earlier, the Enchant Demon Machine build, the Nova builds, the Chain Lightning and Lightning builds. There's even the Charged Bolt Shotgun build, which is pretty fun, including, of course, the Blizzard, Frozen Orb, Glacial Spike, and Ice Blast builds, and just a really powerful character in general. The reason why I rank the Sorceress at number 4 is mainly due to her inability to take out Ubers. She can do it with some very specialized equipment, like Marrow Walks, and if she's utilizing things like Meteor and some other spells. Like, you're not taking out the Ubers with a Nova Sorceress. I don't think so, anyway. I don't really know. Actually, I think it'd be fun to like try one day just for lulz. But it's definitely something that can only be done by a small subset of sorceresses. And even then, you do need some very specific equipment, and it does take some time to actually do it properly. It's not easy. Let me just put it that way. It's not easy. Unlike with other classes, like, for instance, the Paladin, the Amazon, even the Assassin nowadays, they can take out the Ubers with relative ease. The Sorceress definitely has a lot of issues with this. She's absolutely excellent at farming the keys, absolutely excellent at that, but when it comes to actually doing the Ubers, this is where she kind of gets left behind. So the Sorceress made it into number 4 strictly because of her ability to just be so good in every single element, as well as, of course, teleport, which it's hard to overlook teleport and her ability to speed through the game. And she's able to pretty much do everything nowadays with Sunder Charms. Every single build is viable. There's literally nothing on this character that doesn't work. You can even make an Inferno Sorceress. I have done it. It's not particularly fun, but I killed Uber Diablo on Players 8 with an Inferno Sorceress, which is pretty ridiculous. It did take me a very long time, but I did it. And on top of that, there's also some other fun builds you can do with like Lightning Mastery and Dream, or you can use Hand of Justice, the Dragon set with Fire Mastery, and so forth and so on. And it's actually quite interesting to play around with some of these alternative builds on the Sorceress, even things like a Bear Sorceress. It's definitely one of those characters that dominates the early game because of obviously her access to teleport. And once late game starts and you start to get into, like Ubers, and you start to try and do some more difficult content, I do feel like the Sorceress kind of pulls back a little bit, and some of the other characters kind of come to the forefront, like Paladin, Amazon, Assassin, even the Barbarian can come to the forefront over the Sorceress eventually, because they find item ability kind of makes her speed obsolete when you can double the amount of drops that you're getting from the monsters. Which is why a lot of people, in the end, usually end up rolling Find Item Barbarians to get all those fat loots, as opposed to Magic Find Sorceresses, which doesn't, of course, place the barbarian over the sorceress. But my point is that as you get into the later part of the game, usually people start picking up other characters besides sorceresses. And that leads me to the next on the list for characters that are pretty OP. And this one is going to be number 3, and that is the Amazon. Yes, the Amazon has definitely come up a long ways since my original ranking. I don't think I ranked her very good at all in my original ranking of the classes, and she went up significantly in the Sunder Charm ranking because, of course, Sunder Charms did her the world of good in terms of her damage, because a lot of the Amazon's damage is elemental, and that's just the way it is. So when you look at a character and you try and decide like where this character belongs in a ranking, elemental damage tends to be superior to physical damage in a lot of ways. First off, the majority of the monsters in the game have very, very high physical damage, and it's very difficult, or physical damage reduction, it's very difficult to dish out physical damage to monsters in this game. Whereas elemental damage tends to be far easier to dish out and also far easier to break in terms of how the character works. And speaking of this, the Amazon has come a long way as well in terms of her abilities. Dodge, avoid, and evade has been fixed, which is absolutely amazing. Her attack rating from penetrate has been fixed, so that it actually works properly now. Slow missiles got a huge damage reduction buff, and on top of that, inner sight got a buff as well, which is an absolutely amazing ability for dealing with defense of monsters, which means that you need less attack rating. On top of this, her bow tree has gotten huge buffs with the existence of Sunder Charms. Freezing arrow, exploding arrow, even immolation arrow, not ice arrow, cold arrow, they suck, and not fire arrow, because that one sucks too. But honestly, the entire good parts of the elemental tree have seen huge buffs. On top of this, the ability to be a melee Amazon is finally possible, and it's thanks to the fact that they fixed the avoid, evade, dodges. And then on top of this, the power strike, charge strike, and lightning strike abilities were isolated from thunderstroke, lightning fury, which does make them a lot easier to build for a melee lightning Zon. On top of this, Charge Strike is still one of the most powerful freaking abilities in the game, pretty much for single target damage, and can absolutely annihilate just about any monster with one tap. If I go out in Frigid Highlands real quick, not really much of a test, but if I walk out here and just tap one of these monsters, you'll see what I mean. Like, come here, Eldritch. As you can see, immediately dead. Immediately dead, immediately dead, immediately dead. There's really not much contest with this particular character. Not only does this character honestly have some of the best abilities in the game, some of the most powerful abilities in the game. For instance, Impale is an always hit ability that can be used to kill Ubers. I've done it. Charge Strike is one of the highest single target damage abilities in the game, like bar none, does massive amounts of damage, and with the help of the Sunder Charms and a little bit of negative resistance, can literally even murder Ubers with ease. On top of this, she has one of the highest multi-damage abilities, the AoE damage abilities, which is Lightning Fury. Lightning Fury has absolutely insane density damage, which means that when you're in big packs and you have large number of monsters, like the cow level, for instance, and you throw off one javelin and literally all the cows fall down. So she has literally one of the best single target abilities, one of the best AoE target abilities, and on top of that, she has one of the best crowd control abilities too, with Freezing Arrow. Freezing Arrow is absolutely insane, and I've built a Freezing Arrow Amazon. I have also used that Freezing Arrow Amazon throughout the entire game, all the way to level 99, and the experience is just so much fun to play. She can lock down pretty much any monster in the game that's not immune to freezing effects, and has absolutely no trouble killing anything within the game except for bosses, which is one of Freezing Arrow's biggest difficulties. However, it is all within the same character. And on top of that, she also has Guided Arrow, which is a guaranteed hit as well, which is just absolutely insane. So if you count it off on your hands, guys and gals, she has the best single target damage ability. She has the best AoE damage ability. She has 2 of the 3 guaranteed hits within the game. And she has the best crowd control ability within the game. She literally has a full freaking deck of abilities which she can use at her disposal. Now, she cannot use all of these abilities at the same time. Now, that is unfortunate. But building, say, for instance, a freezing arrow / lightning furies on is totally possible, and 100% has been done before. The Amazon is ranked at number 3 because of her powerhouse abilities and also the fact that she's able to kill the Ubers with relative ease, utilizing things like her negative resistances, the charged strike ability itself, and also the fact that they made it so that she can self-wield Infinity, which is absolutely insane. And once you get an Infinity in a Lightning Zon's hands, well, that's all she wrote, folks. Lightning frickin' Spearzons with an Infinity, a self-wielded Infinity, are so absolutely sickly insane in terms of damage output that it's... you gotta see it to believe it, but it's just nuts. The damage output they can do is just nuts. I honestly don't even know, because like recently they also changed Lightning Strike, and so Lightning Strike can be spammed now. Let me see if I can show you how Lightning Strike looks when you spam it, which is absolutely insane too. But basically, now that you can spam Lightning Strike, you can basically just go into a pack of monsters, and you can just do something like this. And you can spam Lightning Strike and just kind of like murder entire rooms. Let the lightning go literally monster to monster, just dishing out massive amounts of damage. The number of jumps that Lightning Strike is capable of is 38. So when you're in giant packs with Lightning Strike now and you literally spam Lightning Strike, it out-damages Charge Strike by miles. Depending on how big the pack is, obviously the bigger the pack, the more damage. But let me see if I can find like a nice big thick boy pack in here. We need the thickest of boys packs. Yeah, here we go. Check this out. Look at that jank jumping all around. And then we've got a Possessed, and we one-shot the Possessed, and he's gone. And then we got this boy right here, and he's gone. I mean, honestly, in terms of... Oh, wow. A unique ring. Is that a unique ring? A 16% Nagel. Yeah. I think can go right back in the dirt. But just honestly, just absolutely crazy, ridiculous character. Depending on what you want to do, like how you want to set this character up, just absolutely nuts. And on top of that, the physical Amazon isn't a slouch either. Set up properly with the right equipment, although it's extremely expensive, you could make multi-shot and strafe both extremely viable for the Amazon in general. Extremely effective abilities, and also Magic Arrow, which converts your physical to magical damage, allows you to bypass physical immunities. So, very, very nice. And that's why the Amazon made it to the number 3 spot on the list. Now let's go to the number 2 spot on the list, and I think you're going to be surprised because that is the Assassin. That's right, the Assassin. The Assassin ranks in at number 2, which is actually going to be a surprise to a lot of people who saw my previous rankings. Because if I remember correctly, in my previous rankings, in fact, in both of them, I believe I ranked the Assassin like absolutely the bottom tier on a lot of my rankings. In fact, let's pull up my old rankings just for fun, and let's see just how far the Assassin has come since then. So here I got both of my ranking lists up. So here's my original ranking. And my original ranking, I have the Assassin at number 3. Not number 3. 7, 6, 5. So the 5th position for the Assassin. And then in the previous ranking before that, or after that, I ranked them a little bit differently. So the Assassin was ranked number 5 in the old rankings, and 1, 2, 3. Again, number 5 in the old rankings. Looks like she stayed pretty steady at number 5 in both of them. Honestly, the Assassin deserved those rankings because prior to the Thunder Charms, prior to the fixes that the Assassin got, the Assassin was probably one of the worst classes. And let's talk about why the Assassin got ranked so low on previous patches. First off, the fire tree for the traps completely and utterly useless for the most part, except for early game. The fire assassin traps was just useless. Martial arts, basically the entire left side of the tree was completely and utterly useless, and nobody really liked to make martial arts assassins. You could make it. It was okay. It was doable. It wasn't something that you were going to be writing home to mommy about, but at the same time, it was lackluster in just about every way that abilities could be lackluster. So a lot of the assassin tree, including Blade Sentinel, Blade Shield, Fist of Fire, Claws of Thunder, Blades of Ice, Phoenix Strike, Cobra Strike, Tiger Strike, as well as Fire Blast, Wake of Fire, and Wake of Inferno, tended to be all very bad, including Shock Web. By the way, Shockwave was also pretty terrible because of its huge next hit delay issues. Then came a myriad of patches. They fixed the fire skills. They added synergies to Blade Sentinel, Blade Shield, and Blade Fury. They fixed basically the entire martial arts tree by adding in the mosaics, which has still been hotly contested as ridiculously powerful, and so ridiculously powerful that it makes the entire game trivial, which honestly I disagree with. We'll talk about that in a second. And it's actually one of the reasons why the Assassin didn't make it into the #1 spot is because of the problems with Mosaic, and why I still think the Paladin is superior to the Mosaic Assassin, even with the buffs that the Mosaic gave them. There was also a lot of next hit delay changes, and the next hit delay changes also profited the the assassin greatly. The Blade Sentinel, which is an ability that had a huge next hit delay problem, saw very good changes from this next hit delay patch. Fire Blast and Shockweb both had huge next delay issues and are now actually usable because of the changes. Wake of Fire is apparently also being subjected to next hit delay problems and saw a huge boost in its damage output due to the next hit delay changes. And on top of this, a lot of the martial arts skills like Claws of Thunder and Phoenix Strike were also affected by the next hit delay changes, which increased the damage output of those as well. In general, the Assassin has done a complete 180 and deserves the #2 spot, because prior to all of the fixes, most of the Assassin, and I hate to say this, but because it sounds kind of mean, but the majority of the Assassin's abilities were garbage. They were useless. Nobody wanted to touch them. Blade Sentinel was garbage. Blade Shield was pretty garbage. Fire Blast and Shockweb had huge next hit delay problems, which caused other next hit delay problems with other skills because next hit delay interfered with other abilities. So utilizing Fire Blast and Shockweb was a bad idea. The martial art tree, the entire left side of the martial art tree, nobody wanted to use pretty much in general. And honestly, when it came to this particular character, you were relegated to some very limited choices. It was lightning traps, Death Sentry, and maybe some Dragon Talon, and that was about the breadth of the character. And so the character went very wildly from, hey, most of the abilities on this character suck, to, wow, this character's amazing. Look at all these crazy things that she can do. And since then, I have built Blade Fury assassins that are absolutely amazing. I have played around with Wake of Fire and found it to be absolutely amazing. I've built Mosaic assassins, and I think that she's a very powerful assassin, but I don't think she deserves the #1 spot. And I'm going to go over my reasons for why I think Mosaic Assassin is not as powerful as you guys claim. And on top of that, why these things essentially make the Mosaic Assassin not deserve the #1 spot. And I think I actually have this already written down, just as a guess here. I do already have it written down. Here we go. Mosaic pros and cons. Multi-elemental, right? Very nice. Can bypass most immunities with relative ease. Very good boss killer. Good AoE damage. That's about the breadth of the pros. I guess you could also maybe tie in here into the pros, and I forgot about this. Dragon flight mobility is nice. It's not exactly amazing because you can't go backwards, but it's nice. Honestly, if you do it properly and you set up your Mosaic Assassin correctly, you don't need Enigma because Dragonflight is more than enough. A Tele-Ami would be enough to get you across some gaps every now and then. But very nice mobility if you're using Dragonflight and if you use it properly. And what do I mean by using it properly? Well, you have to use Blades of Ice. This is important. So if you don't use Blades of Ice, you won't freeze everything when you dynamic entry into friggin' monster pack like Rock Lee, and if you don't do this, then you are setting yourself up for failure. Basically, if you teleport with Enigma, you're vulnerable, right? You can get killed. And that's one of the big cons about this character, is it's a very eminently killable character. Very easy to die on this character. And so what you do is you dragonflight into the packs using Blades of Ice, which freezes them, and you actually also want to use the Cold Rupture Charm to make sure that the monsters are never immune to cold, which means that the majority of the time, with the exception of a few monster types that are immune to freezing effects, you can freeze entire packs of monsters with relative ease and protect yourself from death. And you have to do this, because if you don't, you're probably going to die. The character is just extremely weak in general. And what are the cons? Well, must build charges at all times. Without charges, you die. Relies on Life Leech. Life Leech randomly stops working with kicks. This is a bug that's been in the game for a long time, and it's gotten me killed quite a few times, is that I've relied on that Life Leech to keep me alive, and unfortunately it doesn't, because it stops working randomly. And it's one of the reasons why you'll often see me wearing Life Tap Gauntlets, because when I'm in a situation where I know that I need to survive, I am more often than not willing to throw on these Life Tap Gauntlets and lose my plus to skills and all the other Crushing Blow and random effects that I have, because the thing is, well, without Life Tap, there is a possibility that the bug can return and I can die. And I've had it happen on stream many times, and it kind of pissed me off, not gonna lie. You could literally die building charges. This is probably one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. Somebody leaked me a video. They're like, the assassin is so overpowered. She can do freaking players 1,000 with relative ease. And I'm like, how? I'm like, how? Where did she build her charges at? Did she build the charges on the monsters that she killed? They're like, well, no. She went to Act 1 and she fought like a random fallen in the Bloodmoor, and she built her charges on the random fallen in the Bloodmoor, but she was able to do players 1,000. And I'm like, well, then she's not able to do players 1,000 if she can't build her charges on the monsters, because you literally die most of the time building your charges on the monsters. And if you lose your charges for whatever reason, what are you going to do? Run back to add the Bloodmoor every single time you lose your charges to go rebuild your charges? It's an absolutely, like, ridiculously stupid gameplay style. And while I will admit that it is very powerful, it's not for me. The pacing, insanely fast. So, speaking of the charges, and you have to keep the charges up, and if you don't keep the charges up, you die, and you can potentially die rebuilding the charges, and so forth and so on. Well, pacing. So, to keep those charges going, you have to keep running. You have to keep killing. And if you stop killing for whatever reason and you lose your charges, then you have to risk death to rebuild your charges. Mosaic limits your options, which basically means that you can only use mosaics. You can't use any other items, which does kind of suck. Areas that require zoning are really annoying and deadly. Specifically Uber Tristram. If you've never actually killed the Ubers on a Mosaic Assassin, you wouldn't know. But for those of you who have done Ubers on a Mosaic Assassin, if you lose your charges for whatever reason in an area like Uber Tristram, which is insanely deadly, which has a lot of monsters that can't be leeched off of, like skeletons and ghosts, you can sometimes die really easily, just like when you're building your charges, because you have to build your charges, and if you lose your charges while you're in there, you have to rebuild them on something, and things can get really dicey really fast. And this means that when you zone in and out of an area, like for instance, if you go build your charges in advance, which is what I would do when I do Uber Tristram, is I would go build my charges in advance, because I knew that building the charges in Uber Tristram was a bad idea. Right? So I would always go and build these outside of Uber Tristram. Your gear is always broken. Because you have no armor, because you're basically a raw sponge of a character, and you rely on Life Leech to keep yourself alive, because you're constantly taking damage, holy crap, your gear is like always broken, including your claws, by the way. And you can't use superior equipment because of this, because literally every single piece of equipment that you have is constantly broken every single time you go to town, pretty much. And so you
can't use superior equipment because it will bankrupt you. You will literally lose every single penny you have within a very short period of time. And you can't stop to look at loot, which I think is the biggest negative of the entire build in general, is that the pacing requires you to continue going, because if you lose your charges, then you can literally die while building your charges, and you definitely have to keep building your charges, and without charges you die. So if you stop to pick up loot, you're going to lose your charges, which means you're risking death just to look at a piece of equipment, which really kind of sucks. I gotta say that when I stopped playing the Mosaic Assassin after this season, because I played the Mosaic Assassin for this season completely, one of the things that I really enjoyed was just playing a regular character again. Not being forced to constantly keep my charges up. Not being forced to constantly keep going, to keep the pacing running, because if I didn't keep the pacing running, then I would die. And this is just honestly proof in the pudding, in my opinion, to what makes this character just not be the most amazing character out there. Is that I don't really feel like the process of building the charges is really all that fun. You know, it takes some time to get everything running. And of course, once you get everything running, yeah, you can do pretty well. But it's not a character for me. And on top of that, all the cons of this particular character, all the ways that you can die, all the things that I've talked about recently, is one of the reasons why I feel like it just doesn't deserve the #1 spot. And some of you guys might argue with me and be like, well, the Mosaic Sin is more powerful than the Paladin, and you're an idiot, and this character deserves the #1 spot. Well, I mean, you play your Mosaic Sin, you play your crackhead, always looking for her next fix, then. And you just enjoy that character then. I don't particularly think that Mosaics are as ridiculously broken or as ridiculously powerful as people claim. I also feel like a lot of people that claim that probably haven't actually played Mosaic Assassins, because the Mosaic Assassin is a gameplay style and is a character that once you actually play it, and once you get in there and you actually start to realize like what's going on, how you have to play it, like, you know, the constant need to build charges, the constant you know, having to like refresh the charges because you built them wrong, your equipment constantly being broken, you not being able to stop for loot. Once you actually play it and realize what the character is, you might not be so like gung-ho to shit talk the character in general, because it's not as good as you guys think. It's powerful, yes, but there's a lot not to love about the character as well. For this reason, this is why I've ranked the Assassin at #2. Mainly just simply because the Mosaic and also the Trap builds are extremely powerful these days, and the entire character is actually functional now. It's not just Mosaic that brought this character to #2. It's the fact that the traps now work with negative resistances. It's the fact that the traps work with sunders. It's the fact that you can use fire or lightning traps. It's the fact that the martial arts tree is now viable. I mean, it's the fact that the Blade Fury tree is now viable, and Blade Sentinel is now viable. All of which has brought this character up to a level that is absolutely amazing. And her uber killing capacity was always good, even before Mosaics, and Mosaics honestly just kind of made her uber killer capacity even better, because if you set up an uber killer prior to Mosaics, kick-sends were still very effective uber killers, and after Mosaics they're even more effective uber killers. So they can pretty much clear all content in the game. They have elemental specs, physical specs, they have trap specs, they have all sorts of different things that you can do, and honestly they deserve the #2 spot, and I think that they're honestly better than just about all the other classes now, including the Amazon, which I ranked at #3, and the Sorceress. The Paladin is the only one I think that beats the Assassin, and speaking of the #1 slot, that's right, the Paladin. And let's pull up one of my most powerful paladins, which is the North Star Smiter. The North Star Smiter is probably one of the most broken builds I've ever created. But let's talk about the Paladin in general, and why I think the Paladin still deserves the #1 spot. First off, the Paladin is undisputedly one of the best Uber killers in the game. Despite the assassin being a very good Uber killer, I still feel like the paladin is the superior Uber killer, mainly due to the fact that, well, number one, the paladin can block. Number 2, high defense. Number 3, relatively unhittable. Number 4, extremely tanky just in general. And overall, just a very, very powerful character for killing Ubers, as well as just about anything